The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Thank you.
Baron sucks. Baron sucks. Oh.
He's not with us today for some reason.
Yeah.
I guess we're not good enough for him.
Wanted to eat his caviar and talk to his 7 of 9 action figures. And, he's got a few.
Yes, I do believe he does. There's cash money.
Eating his caviar.
Yes, eating his caviar, drinking the finest of wines, the finest of champagnes.
He's drinking the champagne.
Yes. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome one and all to this edition of PACIFIC414 Pop Talk, along with Cashmoney007. I am your host, Mike. And yes, we were mocking Baron at the beginning because he is not here with us. He is having a belated birthday dinner with the family.
Oh,
yes, where he will be dining on the finest of foods, drinking the finest of drinks, and having the most delectable of desserts.
Yes, and only the most important people are around. Even his peasants, they need to shine his monocle, and if he doesn't wear a monocle for some reason, then his glasses, they will have to shine, and the peasants will do their bidding and make sure that he has the finest of meal today. And if not, he might throw it across the room, because we hear Baron Orman Tagge has a temper.
Yes, if his food is not prepared just to his liking, he will throw it clearly across the room, hitting one of the waitstaff.
Yes. This food must be at a certain room temperature for Mr. Orman Tagge. Yeah.
Yes, his drink must have the finest of bite for his palate. It must be tolerable. Even Mouse is there in his little suit and top hat.
Yes, very good.
But he said it's with family, Cash. Aren't we family, Baron? Aren't Cash and I family?
It's okay. We wouldn't. If we went to the door, we would be.
No, it's not okay.
Because we won't make the list.
We're family, right?
We're lower than peasants. Yes.
We're family, Cash. We should be there, man. But no, he's out there. Hobnobbing it with all the elites, all the other Baron Orman Tagges in the world.
Yes. One of them might actually wear a monocle, so it's very indubitably. Yes.
Yes, indubitably, dear boy, indubitably. Yes, and he's probably put the staff on notice. If you see those two ruffians, Cashmoney007, PACIFIC414, please escort them out the building. Well, we tried to get in, Baron. We did try to get in, and the waitstaff literally picked us up and threw us out.
Yes. But we might have snuck in and saw some of your library and said, oh, this is pretty interesting. And then we ran off like ninjas. You didn't see us again.
Yes. And you know what? We will get into that restaurant, and we will sample all the finest of foods from the various plates that the waitstaff are carrying like it's a buffet.
That's right.
But of course, I would be remiss if I didn't say hello to our chat, who also weren't invited to this party, Baron.
Ah. Very good.
First, we have Brandon Looney Tunes Fan 2000. It says, I'm not sure about coming. I understand that, Brandon. You mentioned it Tuesday during the Chat and Chill stream that you weren't sure about coming on because of the rules, but those are the rules for the open panels in the second hour, which are scrolling across the bottom of the screen. And they're not changing. And of course, we have our soap opera writer and TF Steve, who says, previously on Beverly Hills 414. Oh, this ought to be good. After a daring high-speed rescue on the freeway, Crypto Coin had leapt from the Ford Pinto onto the hood of Mike's Corvette.
Ah.
Despite the badassery and fireball, the Girl Scout Cookie Ninjas had managed to hit Crypto with Thin Mint and Tagge throwing stars. Ooh, cash.
Oh. Wow, I didn't know those.
That
Girl
doesn't sound good.
Those troop, whatever it is, have got some violence in them. No.
Well, when they're trying to sell their product,
they
want you to buy their product, and they will chase you down.
Yeah.
They got him in his most vital spots. His wallet. Oh no, Cash. Oh no, your wallet.
Vital spots. Oh yeah.
How many boxes of of Girl Scout cookies did you buy?
None. I threw them at him. These taste lousy. They are stale. Dang Girl Scouts.
Mike had no choice but to drive him to the only place he could receive treatment, the local ATM.
Wow. That'd be quite a shock to have treatment there.
Even now, as Crypto faced dire peril, the police were giving Mike a ticket for illegal and gaudy ornamentation for the time Crypto was on his hood. Wow.
I feel like T-Cap, not T-Gap, but T-Cap works. He thinks about this stuff when he's sleeping. It started just popping up. Oh, this is how I want to write it down. Yeah.
And this is T-Gap's reason as to why Baron's not here. Baron had gotten a lead on the elusive Atomic Wedgie Bandit, who had struck yet again, this time just down the street. He knew the bandit was toying with him and goading him into a confrontation. He prepared himself to confront the bandit the only way he knew how, like a commando, literally. He was going without underpants, hoping that the shock would give him the time needed.
Yeah, we heard he kind of rolled too, so it wasn't good, yeah.
Crypto was in a tight spot. They had gotten him right in the wallet, and he knew he only had a small amount of time to try to save his vital funds from being funneled to secret camps across the lake that would train future Girl Scout Cookie Ninjas, and repeating the cycle.
Oh.
Yeah. They want you to buy those boxes of Thin Mints.
They do, and I heard then the Ninja Girl Scout troop actually chased Baron down, and then he actually fell over, that bastard. Man, you gotta learn to keep your balance better there, man. Use some of that stuff you have to make it like a crutch, like a cane. You'll be fine, Baron. You'll be okay.
He had almost made it when the horror came upon him. This ATM was outside network. He could save his funds. Wait a minute!
What is this?
Lies.
Oh,
all lies.
What are you doing here?
What is this man doing here?
Be here. Yes,
That's
there
right.
he is, ladies and gentlemen. There he is. It's the Tagge. He's here. He's here, ladies and gentlemen. What the hell is he doing here?
What is going on? This has to be like the Matrix or something, like a dream. Like we're not actually even here. This is crazy. I don't know. I just don't know anymore.
I'm kind of.
I feel like he fell into the cake, and then he woke up, and he's like, "Oh."
Briefly, I just wanted to say hi to everybody before I get going here.
All right. Uh-huh.
Yeah, you know what it was, Cash? You heard us mocking him already.
Just a
And
second,
he's
I'm
like,
having
oh,
some
those two
volume
assholes,
problems here.
they're in for
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
I'm on my phone.
Yeah, he fell over the toilet again, and he had to get up. He's like, "Oh, I'm on my phone, just checking things out." Yeah. I heard about some ruffians going through his library of stuff recently, and you want to check it
Yeah.
out. Yeah,
Yeah, really. Yeah, I have to defend myself.
yeah,
You have
Yeah.
to defend your honor.
Wait until
You're
you get
like
the flush.
you're like Yalron.
yeah.
The Klingon Empire will remember what has happened here. You have sided against us in battle, and this we do not forgive or forget.
Yeah.
I see.
That's what
I
he
see.
says
Finally, I
to
got
his
some sound.
peasants. That's what he says to his peasants
thought
before
I
he
had some
falls
sound.
into the cake later today, because we know it's going to happen. It's inevitable. So something's wrong with the cake, and then Baron just plows his face right into it. It's horrible.
No, if something's wrong with the cake, he picks up the whole cake and tosses
Oh,
it at
yeah,
the
I
nearest
heard that
person.
might happen too. Yeah. Yep. Then he starts yelling at his wife and some other family. Yeah, it's crazy.
No, he doesn't yell at his wife. He yells at everybody who's below him, the peasants.
Oh, okay.
Of course I
Yeah.
do.
I guess if
like
he yells at his
us. Why
wife,
do you
she'll
why do you
slap him.
think he came on here? He's all those peasants talking trash about me.
Yeah.
I will defend myself.
Mhm.
How dare you?
Yeah.
How dare you? How dare you?
Baron Thunberg.
Mm.
Thunberg.
Mhm. Yeah, so I just had a few moments here. I just thought I'd come in, at least make one brief appearance, a cameo, you might say, to appease my
Ah.
fans.
Oh,
Because,
appease. Hear this guy
yeah,
appease.
well, well, everybody knows that they come to Pop Talk to see me.
Ah.
Being
Yes.
him.
Whoa.
Whoa,
Wait a minute, Phil McCracken.
Yeah, see, it's him, but I know better than that.
Yeah, you do.
So,
That's what you think you know. Yes.
well, not what I think, is what I do know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. We also heard a rumor that you like to play with your 7 of 9 action figures. Can we confirm this?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Mhm.
there you go.
No denial.
Ladies
there.
and
No
gentlemen,
denial there.
that right there, there it is. You heard it right from the horse's mouth.
Hey, I'm no horse. That's all I gotta say is
that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Really.
But in all seriousness,
really?
Baron, I hope you have a good time out with the family and celebrating your birthday.
Yep. Thank you.
Yep.
It's gonna be fun, and my daughters will be there, and and their prospective husbands, hopefully. And of course, this is going to get into a weird area here. So my current long suffering and my former long suffering. So it's going to be interesting.
And just remember this, Baron.
Surely you can't be serious. I am serious, and don't call me Shirley.
Yeah.
Well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm really going to miss Cash when he's out there.
You know what really grinds my gears?
I'm going to really miss that.
Lighten up, Francis.
Uh-oh. The co-hosts are fighting over which clip they're going to play.
Well, yeah, I guess so. Obi, I hate that cat.
But just remember, Baron.
I see nothing.
Are absolutely right. Absolutely right. Does Cash have control of this now?
Never know. Who knows?
Oh, what you promoted him? Wow.
Never know.
Maybe.
Wow. That's why I was wondering what's going on here. I didn't think. No offense, Mike. I didn't think you were that quick on what Cash is thinking, and it's scary what he thinks.
No, I don't want to go into that head. That'd be
I
a
don't.
No.
I don't want
that'd
to
be a
go into your.
scary event in myself.
I don't want to go in Mike's head. I don't want to go into Baron's head.
Mhm.
Got to stay out of that. It's gonna
Well,
be like
here,
what
this
happened
is
with
what
Bester.
this is what's inside.
Babylon 5.
Yeah, this is what's inside Cash's head.
That's right. I said, I ain't giving you no tree fitty, you goddamn Loch Ness monster. Get your own goddamn money.
I gave him a.
See, sometimes people got to get their own Loch Ness monster. Come
Yeah.
on, people.
And
Get your
you know
own
what?
monster.
Cash goes into your head, Baron, and this is what he sees.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed.
Yeah, Baron's a secretly a very. If you didn't know, he's got purple hair. And
Mm.
he wants people to always care about his feelings. He really does.
Well, I thought this was really what's in my head.
Do you see what happens, Larry, when you fuck a stranger in the ass? What happens?
No, that's usually us after the show. We're all going
Yeah.
after each other.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. Just like last night after my show, it's like, my God, it was a bloodbath. Poor Crit. Poor Crit. He killed a man.
Oh no. With a trident? That's terrible.
Yeah.
Wow. I don't know.
Ate 3 otters at one time.
Wow.
Very interesting, but stupid.
Yeah.
Wait, it didn't play. At least not on my end.
Okay. Well,
You see, folks, this is what happens when one of us says that we're not going to be here. We
That's
try to
right.
make sure that we're waiting in the wings. Let's see what those two
Yeah.
are going to do, because you never know when someone might
And-
raise the pirate flag and say that's a certain someone, El Capitan, is out on his dinghy.
That's right. He might be on his dinghy. And remember,
How many assholes we got on this ship anyhow?
Yo!
I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
yeah.
No, I'm in Mike's dinghy, and that's scary. And yes, you
Yeah.
can take that any way possible.
Yeah.
That's scary. Scary stuff, man. Scary
Yeah.
stuff. So, Paul, if you're out there, just remember that 1-800-555-NOOB. And, you know, we really need to do one up for you, Mike, the 1-800-555-DEAD.
Hmm.
Especially after Vermintide, man. Damn. I thought I sucked.
I just wasn't having a good go at it Friday night.
No, you weren't, I tell you.
Well, the network issues didn't
I-
help.
Yeah,
either.
that
No.
didn't help.
No. it was like I was saying during that stream. I said, I'm the weakest link tonight.
Mm-hmm. Mike wasn't walking in there. This is how Mike was on Vermintide 2.
One shall stand, one shall fall. Why throw away your life so recklessly?
And then I would lose my internet connection. It's like, no,
Yep.
can't move.
And we know what happened to Optimus Pacific and in that movie, so that's what happened in the game.
Yeah.
It was.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Yeah.
No, but we had a lot of fun Friday, and
Oh shit, yeah.
I'm sure this Friday we're gonna have a lot of fun too. I
Yep.
don't know if we're gonna stream more Vermintide 2 or Myth Force, but
Mhm.
Yeah,
Or
we gotta-
Bro Force. Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta fight. We gotta fight. We have a big, grab your floaties. We're gonna have a fight. It's like,
Mhm.
fight you say.
you guys,
Fight you say. Have you
even
been
with-
thinking about a certain game we mentioned to you the other
Ah.
night?
you talking about River City Girls? Won't you come out tonight?
No.
Not that one.
Oh,
You talk about fighting. This game that we showed you on
Ah,
Friday.
yes.
Some in the chat on Rumble and YouTube might even know about it. Party Animals.
party! Party! I haven't done anything with that just yet. But I might. That might get. That might get put on the list. That might get put on the list. So, didn't really have a chance to look at the game even a little bit in more detail, but I will. Probably
That
after
is-
I'm done eating myself into coma and and drinking myself into brain death.
Yep.
Because it's all you can eat shrimp, man. All you can eat shrimp. This is the thing that makes
I
an
bet.
orca. This is the thing that makes the orca's flipper not flappy. That's for sure.
Well, this is gonna be the sound you're making after your meal today.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh, I'm gonna go full-fledged Cashmoney afterwards.
I don't think so.
Oh yes, I will. It'll just be out like a light.
Yep.
Okay, gents, I got some stuff I need to do. I just wanted to say hi to you. Have fun. Have a great show. Say hi to everybody in the chat. All the ruffians out there, like
Yep.
like T-Gap and Kathy and well, then Brandon is in there, and let's just take a look at all those. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So yeah, so I hope everybody has fun. Have a fun open mic, and again, I'll catch you all later. Love you all.
All right.
Catch you later,
Orman,
brother.
Tagge, we'll see you.
Okay. Yeah. Don't
have a good day,
have,
brother.
Yeah. Don't have too much fun.
Don't slip on the caviar. Okay.
Got it.
Remember,
Got it.
it goes in your mouth, not on your shoe. Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna be rolling my face in the caviar bowl. I tell you what.
Oh, okay.
Like an orca on an otter. That's
Just don't roll your face in the cake, man.
Oh,
the cake's for eating, not for your face.
Hey, the cake is a lie.
Oh, wait a minute, Cash. There's pictures of me when I was 2 years old. I not only had the pieces of cake in my hand, I had pieces of cake and frosting on my face.
And Mike said that wrong. It's not when he was 2 years old. It was when he was 2 years ago. So
okay.
Just want to make sure. So okay. Well, you know what? I'm going to do this to myself here because I'll be on my way. Where the hell is it? I can't believe I can't find it. I mean, I even have.
What are you looking for? Are you looking for the strike three?
No, not the strike three. I know where the strike three is. I know exactly where the strike three is. I'm not that bad. It's this one. So, bye, everybody.
All right, youngster, out you go.
Don't come back! Ever!
Baron Orman Tagge, everybody.
There he is, and for some reason he's talking about being a youngster in that clip. So he's decided to. He's not older anymore. He's younger. So yeah, I guess he turned himself into a teenager. So that's something.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. He found the fountain of youth. Baron, come back. Yeah. Where is it?
Yeah, I heard he talked to Raja Ghul. So that's made some kind of deal there. Very interesting.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, what's it like to
Lazarus
live forever and have the flag raised?
I know.
Don't you think I didn't see that? I'm keeping it up. I don't care. I'm keeping it up.
Yep.
But I also want to say hello to Jason. Good to see you, Jace.
Yo.
Superfan Adam Shahan. Come on, Mike. Speak words.
You got it.
Easy.
You got it.
And of course, Kathy Skywalker. Good to see you.
Yay.
And let's see who else popped in. Nobody knew yet, but we're all making fun of Baron, and he's coming on here to defend himself as he should.
Yeah, he just needed he needed some attention, so he had to come on before his big shindig.
Yes. The Baron needed to make sure that the people never forget about him.
Yes. He sometimes thinks he's a wizard in his mind, so
Well, wait. I thought with that beard of his, he was a wizard. You're telling me he's not?
I'm not sure about that one. I'm not sure.
I mean, even Kathy says it's the beard of immortality.
It might be. I don't know. Well, we'll do a 60 minutes investigation on there, but we'll do a real investigation, not like the crappy job they've been doing for a number of years on a lot of stuff. Yeah, you heard me. 60 minutes. I'm on to you.
And as you all know, this afternoon's edition or morning's edition or evening, depending on where you are in the world, is the second hour open panel, and the rules are scrolling across the bottom of the screen on the ticker. So please observe all the rules. They're also in the description. And just a quick reminder as I remove that ticker just for a moment, I'm going to go over the rules real quick before we get into this first article here.
All right.
For the second hour open panel, I ask that you please wear headphones or earbuds while on the panel so we don't have to hear the very stream coming back in our own headsets because the microphone's picking it up. And number one and number two do go together. Please mute any background noise that can be heard during the stream. So, if you got to eat, mute yourself. If you have a TV or music going on in the background, mute yourself. Dogs barking in the background, be sure to mute yourself. Once the dogs have finished barking, unmute yourself. And of course, number three, please save all self-promotion until you have been asked to do so. This includes promoting others. While we're talking about a topic, please don't come on and say, oh, and by the way, I'm talking about this very topic in my video on my channel. Wait, there's a time and a place. There's a time and a place to do all the channel promotion. And of course, number four is do not be rude to your fellow panelists or to those in the chat. So basically what that means is if somebody has a different point of view than you do, a different opinion than you do on a particular topic, don't be rude to them. Don't say something that they might take offense to just because of a different point of view. If that does happen, then this will happen for any of those four guidelines. Strike one, you will receive a verbal warning. It won't be from Cash. It will be from me. I will state your name and I will tell you that it's strike one. But not only will I state your name, excuse me, and tell you that it's strike one, but I'll also bring this up. And I, again, will call you out on it. Strike two, if you go against any of those four guidelines, then you will be muted for 5 minutes. And Cash won't be the one muting you. I will be the one muting you. Cash does have the authority to mute you. Just know that, as does Baron when he's here. He has the authority to do it. But I will be the one doing it first. And of course, strike three. If you violate any of those four guidelines, you will be removed. Not by Cash, not by Baron at any time we do this, but by me. And that'll be followed by this. And yes, there is a strike two video.
You're gone!
These rules are very simple and easy to follow. And
they really are, people. They're really easy to follow. It's not brain surgery. We can promise you.
I ask that everybody follow the rules. And I wish I didn't have to put these rules in. But after what's happened on open panels in the past, where I had open panels on practically every Pop Talk, things had to change. So, with that being said, I'm going to check and see if anyone else has hopped in. I do see Prismatics is here. Good to see you, Prismatics.
Yo, Priz.
And let's see. Anyone else? Nope. All right. So let's go ahead and get into this first article here, Cash.
All right. Let's do it.
Okay. So our first article here comes from Bounding into Comics. It says, following the success of One Piece, which if you haven't checked it out, I highly recommend it.
If you like pirates, you like craziness, One Piece is for you. Even if you haven't watched the anime, definitely worth your time.
Mm-hmm. But following the success of One Piece, Netflix announces release date for live-action adaptation of Yu Yu Hakusho. This article is written by John F. Trent. It was posted on the 12th, which was Thursday. And it starts off by saying Netflix announced the release date for their next live-action adaptation of the beloved manga with a brief teaser trailer for Yu Yu Hakusho. And there's the poster. For those unfamiliar with Yu Yu Hakusho, the manga was created by Yoshihiro Togashi and was serialized in Weekly Shonen Jump for 4 years, beginning in 1990. It followed the story of Yasuki Urameshi, I hope I'm saying that right, who died while attempting to protect a young child. Upon dying, he's confronted by a being called Boten, who informs he has no place in heaven or hell. Given no, I'm sure it meant no one expected him to die and doing an act of goodness. He's then given the opportunity to be revived. He does so, passes a test, and becomes an underworld detective where he is embroiled in a mystery involving the human, demon, and spirit worlds. I'm not going to play the trailer, but I am going to continue on with the article. Along with the trailer, they also confirmed the series will arrive on the streaming service on December 14th. In a press release, Netflix noted that the show was created using the same strategy to create the successful One Piece series, utilizing a unique global one-team production strategy that spanned both Japan and United States. The same approach to adapt the acclaimed One Piece manga, Netflix took the same level of commitment to quality and authenticity in the live-action One Piece to the production of Yu Yu Hakusho. The company further detailed an international dream team was also assembled to bring the epic tale to the screen, tapping into the most advanced CG and VFX technologies from around the world. Known as the most innovative VFX studio in the world and lauded for their work on major Hollywood productions, Scanline VFX was instrumental in giving life to all characters, both human and yokai spirits, while delivering realistic battle action sequences. Finally, they were adamant this live action adaptation stays true to the source material. Well, that's a good plus. Taking 5 years to complete the production of Yu Yu Hakusho, the team painstakingly ensured that the subtleties of every character's emotions were accurately depicted in the adaptation. The fusion of state-of-the-art technology and a passion for staying true to the source material promises to make this adaptation a standout in the world of live-action anime. The series is directed by Sho Tsukikawa. I probably butchered that. I apologize, folks. And based off a screenplay by Tatsuro Mishima, it stars Takumi Kitamura. All right, honestly, folks, I'm not going to try to read any more of these names because I'll probably end up butchering them. So, with respect to the actors and actresses, I'm not going to butcher them. It is produced by Robot and Netflix. It says Mishima previously wrote on Zom 100, Bucket List of the Dead screenplay, and is also working on City Hunter. Takumi previously portrayed Takemichi Hangari. Again, I probably butchered it. In live action adaptations of Tokyo Revengers. So, what do you think, Cash?
I'll have to look into this anime. I don't really know about it, so. But if they do a good job like they did for One Piece and made a lot of fans happy, then they'll be on the right track. But it's so funny to me because they always talk about source material, and it's like, well, it's just Like, it should be always a no-brainer pretty much, but just make something entertaining.
Mhm.
Especially if it's based on something else, make it entertaining. So,
And as the article said, they took the same approach that they took with One Piece. Well, if that's true, then hopefully, I'm not saying that it's a guarantee, but hopefully this will be a good show and it'll get eyes on it on Netflix.
yep.
I mean, I'm like you. I'm not really familiar with the show. I haven't watched the anime, but you know, if I was willing to give the live action One Piece a chance and I actually enjoyed it, I'm willing to give this show a chance because it's like
Mhm.
Baron has said multiple times in conversations that we've all had is when they produce something that's good, praise it. Praise it to high
Yes.
heavens when it's
Yes.
actually good on their screw ups.
Yeah. And just remember, I know some people are like, this is dead, that's dead, this will never come back. And it depends how you want to look at it, but none of this stuff will ever hurt you if you want to watch it, really. Don't let it hurt you. Don't let it ruin your life.
No, no. Don't let it take over your life where that's the only thing you're constantly focused on. I mean, that's
Exactly.
why I enjoy doing the Saturday night Babylon 5 streams with Baron, you, Crit, and Phil. It's
Mhm.
because we're talking about a show that, 30 years ago
Yeah.
it came out.
Mhm.
And it's timeless. It just shows how good it can be when you have fleshed out storylines, fleshed out characters,
Mhm.
and one person, not a group of 10 writers, but one person writing the majority of the storylines for the show. That's what I like about it. That's what I liked about The Road Home.
Mhm.
It didn't feel disjointed. It didn't feel like it was separated from
No.
everything else that was on Babylon 5. It felt like Babylon 5 just in animated form.
Yep. The time travel worked. I mean, I think it worked better than some of the stuff we've seen recently on the big screen. Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, and real quick, I do want to address a question. Brandon Looney Tunes fan 2000 says, "Does fans count as background noise?" Fans do count as background noise. However, if we can't hear it on stream, you can keep it on. But if we can hear it on stream, if one of us says, "Who's got the fan running in the background?" then that will be background noise. As long as we can't hear it.
Mhm.
For example, Cash, you asked Baron and I Friday if we could hear your fan that you had going on in the background before we started the Vermintide 2 stream.
Yeah.
Neither one of us could hear it.
Nice. Did you hear when the chair popped on Friday at all? Did you hear that noise?
I didn't
I'll have
hear
to
it.
check that. Okay, so maybe Baron didn't hear that either. That's crazy. Yeah, this filter on my mic is insane. I don't even think if people are screaming at somebody else, even in the same room, that it might pick up something, but I don't think it will. It really does block out all that. It's crazy. To test more of that later.
Yeah, I mean, if you get a good pop filter, that'll help filter out a lot of sound, especially if you have a wave mixer. I've
Right.
heard that those work real well, and I wish I had checked on Amazon when they were having their sales on the 10th
Mhm.
and 11th to try to get a good deal on a wave mixer because that is something I'm looking for. Just so
Right.
the sound quality is better during streams like this or even gaming streams.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I was breathing into the mic and some people mentioned it to me. I'm like, I was? Like, I'm not trying to do it intentionally, but it was just funny to me. So I'm like, no, I want the best quality possible. I don't want people to hear me breathing into the mic. It's but Baron had a bit of sound problems yesterday when we were doing the Babylon 5 stream. Like,
Yeah.
it can happen just a little bit, but a little popping there. So, oh, and I just lost Mike. That was oh, and he's back.
Yeah, I have a new gaming mouse that I accidentally hit
Oops.
the side button and I yeeted myself out.
Well, don't worry. If for some reason Mike muted himself again, we'll continue on with some of the articles. So I'd have to just share them as all. Yes. No, it's just this is always good advice for people who want to stream and starting to stream. Try to get the best setup you can, and you don't have to spend that much money.
No.
Yes, I do too, Prismatics, and yeah, they've got to. If they can just follow the formula of One Piece, this stuff shouldn't be that hard, because fans have done this. So if they can act more like fans and care more, then I think this can be successful. No. But once again, even One Piece, certain things about the anime I would say are better, because there was some things rushed, but overall it's an enjoyable show, and there was definitely a lot of background that was linked to the anime. Now, of course, I have some people that actually I have one person I know that even who Jace and I know, or Jace had been getting to know, and she feels that she doesn't like the CGI. Well, that's her opinion. She's surprised that I like the One Piece live action. Well, there's a lot to like. There really is. It could have used another episode, I think, but overall, it's an enjoyable show. I would give it an 8 out of 10. So
I think the casting for Luffy, Nami, everybody that was portraying particular characters was good.
Right. Yes. Nami felt like Nami. Usopp felt like Usopp from the anime. But yeah, they rushed them things a bit, especially towards the end. Definitely. There's music that they had. People asked, I guess, on Reddit. I think Crit brought it up recently that they said they couldn't use them. I'm like, nah, you guys got to find a way to use that music, man. From the anime, you got to use that. Yes, I know. And Cowboy Bebop, even if you like it, whatever. But a lot of the anime fans turned away from it because of where they went with it, and they changed things. And one of the worst things I would say, and it's insulting too, is what they did to Faye Valentine. She didn't have to be that way. They could have made it her work in the show, but then they have her show up, then she's a lesbian and stuff. That was never the character. Now you want to do this stuff, whatever, but even the creator of One Piece, or I should say of Cowboy Bebop, I'm sure, I don't know if the creator of One Piece saw this, but definitely the creator of Cowboy Bebop was like, what is this? I don't like this. So, it says a lot.
It does say a lot, and it makes you really look at it and say, Netflix, you were able to listen to the advice of the One Piece creator. You should have done the same with Cowboy Bebop.
Yep. But they can do this stuff, and I'll tell you guys all the time out there, applaud them if they do well. Give them attention. You say, yeah, you did a good job. But when they don't, it's fine. But just remember, this stuff it'll only ruin your life if you let it. Just don't let it ruin your life.
Yeah.
Even if it ticks you off or whatever. If it ticks you off way too much, all I can say is just walk away.
I mean, at this point, Cash, I mean, the year's almost out, but of the movies that you've seen this year, which would be your number one?
Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, I fell asleep because I was tired. That's a long movie, but I was starting to fall asleep. It's not the movie's fault. It's just I was tired, and it was late, but I really enjoyed that film. I liked a lot of things about it. The only thing I would say is sometimes I thought the sound mixing. It's funny, like Jace brought that up before, and I'm like, a little bit, but overall, it was fine. I still really like that movie. I thought Mission Impossible was really good. These bloated budgets though are not good.
That's what hurt Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning.
Yes.
That's what hurt Dial of Destiny.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And you know what? Once again, you like Dial of Destiny, you like this stuff, it's fine. But just recognize that a lot of these companies are if they were going in the best direction, they wouldn't be losing money like they are. So. No.
But
they would not be losing money.
Our previous topic, I'd be willing to give Yu Yu Hakusho a chance, even though I've never watched the anime. I'd
Right.
be willing to give the live action
Me
show
too.
a chance,
Mhm.
and then actually, you know what? Probably even before the live action show comes out, check out the anime. This
Yep.
way, I at least have some familiarity with
Mhm.
the setting and the characters.
Yep.
So, moving on to our next article, with it being the month of October and Halloween season,
Mhm.
well, we've got some news about the Halloween franchise. So, let me go ahead and share the article. And I know I still have to share the Yu Yu Hakusho one because I did not do that on either Rumble or on YouTube. So, let me go ahead and share that article, and I'll also share the link to the Halloween article. Just give me a second. And I don't see anybody over on Rumble just yet, but for those of you who are watching, it's good to see you. So let's get this link for Halloween. And I've heard mixed reactions to the last two Halloween movies. Some people really enjoyed it, and some people not so much. Let's try it again. I'm going to share it for some reason on StreamYard. I don't
But,
know.
like, what
StreamYard's
is this,
act.
the 3rd time they've rebooted this,
Yeah, yeah.
Halloween? Jeez, man. It's just it's like the nonsense with Hellboy. It's like we can't get Hellboy 3, which we should get, and definitely Ron Perlman should be around. And
Yeah.
however you feel about him, I could talk to that man about Hellboy all day. But uh, yeah, I mean, we should get a 3, but they just keep rebooting this stuff. I mean, we're getting a Wonka film for some reason. It's just this stuff is crazy to me.
I don't know why we need a Wonka film, but
We
hey.
don't, but we're gonna get it anyways.
So we have this article from Cosmic Book News. It says another Halloween reboot in the works with TV and cinematic universe. Wide-ranging deal envisioned to launch a new cinematic universe spanning both film and television. This is by Matt McGloin. It was posted on Thursday. And let's see what it has to say. Well, that didn't last long, as it is learned another Halloween reboot is in the works that involves a new TV series as well as plans for a cinematic universe. Universal recently rebooted the franchise with the new Halloween trilogy from director David Gordon Green, which was thought to put an end to the franchise. However, you can't keep a good man down, as Michael Myers will apparently be returning in some form. Oh, you never get rid of a good horror villain. Deadline reports Miramax upcoming includes David Ayer's The Beekeeper, starring Jason Statham. That actually looks okay from what I saw of the trailer.
Yeah.
Has acquired the television rights to the Halloween franchise from Trancas International Films, run by Malik. The details include that Miramax has signed a wide-ranging deal to develop a new Halloween TV series, which is envisioned to launch a new cinematic universe spanning both film and television. So that means new movies as well. We couldn't be more excited to bring Halloween to television, Miramax's head of global TV, Mark Helwig, said. We are thrilled to expand our long and successful partnership with Trancas and the brilliant Malik Akkad in introducing this iconic franchise to a new form of storytelling and a new generation of fans. Akkad added, Trancas International Films is extremely enthused to be expanding our long-standing relationship with Miramax, and we look forward to working with Mark Helwig and the entire team in creating this new chapter. Goes on to say, let's hope they get it right. Deadline also reports that Blumhouse was in talks to acquire the Halloween franchise. Well, Blumhouse just bombed big time with The Exorcist Believer reboot, so it sounds like a good thing Blumhouse didn't get it. Let's hope the new Halloween reboot learns lessons from Blumhouse's mistakes and doesn't crap all over the original fans. And the original regarding the reboot, the author doesn't have any problems with it as long as it's done right. Well, nobody has a problem with a reboot as long as it's done right. And if you're gonna create this cinematic universe, which Cash, what's your opinion on cinematic universes by now?
I don't know. I just get tired of reboots personally. Remakes, reboots, this and that. Do we need this? I mean, if the fans really want this, I think it's more if they want this, fine. But I just continue on with the series or whatever. You don't need to reboot everything or remake this or remaster that. I mean, some things sure, but just crazy to me. They just keep running out of ideas. I want them to try something new. What about Mike Myers versus didn't they do some of that, Jason or whatever? And I don't have two villains in there and two people have to be stopped, and I don't know. I just keep trying different things, and if they're putting them in these games like Dead by Daylight or whatever, I don't see why they can't put them in movies. So you got Jason, or you got Mike Myers, or you got Freddy, or you got Freddy and Jason, or you got Freddy and Mike Myers, and like at least two villains, and they're going around, and they don't, they're serial killers, so they don't care who they kill or, whatever it's a horror film, but I don't know. I would just see, maybe we should try something else instead of just rebooting this or remaking this, or, I don't get it. I don't understand. I mean, if that's what the fans want, then go for it. But it's just, it seems like we just keep remaking stuff more and more every year. It's crazy to me.
And I do want to say, oops, why did it not show it? There we go. I do want to say hello to Sparta Chris over on YouTube. Good to see you, Sparta Chris, who says the new Halloween movie sucked. And I also want to say hello to Pop Culture Mechanic. Hello to you,
Pop Culture,
good sir.
Sparta Chris. Hope you guys are doing well this morning or wherever you are.
In my opinion, if this is done right, it could run like gangbusters.
Right.
But it's a big if.
Yeah.
I mean, well, why do you think Megan was a success? Because it was considering
it was a
its
pretty
$12
good
million
success.
budget.
It was pretty good. It got made pretty good money. It could have probably made more, but it did pretty well. Yeah.
Because it added, some of the same tropes that you see in all horror movies, but added the new twist to it.
Yeah.
With AI and the internet all interfacing together.
Yeah, I mean, Scream is still going on, so they're doing something. Enough fans are still going to see it, so they're doing something. Okay. Yeah, they're doing something right because fans are still going to see it. I was over it after 4. I was like, yeah, 4 wasn't bad, but I'm done with this now. I don't want to watch another Scream movie. I'm over this.
And Kathy says time for Michael Myers to hand up his mask.
Maybe so. I don't know.
Probably. And let's see. She also added Phil is the disembodied voice of Mike Myers.
Yeah, he could be.
Yeah, he could be. He could be.
He could be.
Of course, she's showing the emoji, and of course, I do want to say to everybody's favorite penguin, besides Punk Waddle. So Punk Waddle, please don't take any offense, brother. Besides Punk Waddle, low spec Linux laptop.
Yes. Yep.
And Jace chimes in by saying the new Scream movies are shit. But
I'm shocked.
Jenna is cute.
I'm shocked that Jace feels that way about Jenna Ortega.
And TGAP says, not another Scream movie, the porn parody.
Well, once again, they keep making money, then they're gonna keep making them. So.
As long as people are willing to hand over their money to go see it in the theater, buy the merchandise, buy the Blu-rays, DVDs. Although I'm sure you've heard what Best Buy said this week.
Yeah, I heard also what Walmart said too.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Uh,
So, folks, pick up the physical DVDs and Blu-rays while you still can.
Yeah, do that, or just buy them on Amazon because they're still going to be selling physical. Amazon, I don't think, would be stupid enough to stop selling physical media. I really would be surprised about that. But anybody who wants to go into an all digital future, there's problems there. An all digital future means less options. That's never good for society. So I don't care what anybody says. It's not good for society.
It's just like myself. I could, use my debit card to pay for everything, but there are times I just want to have the cash on hand. So all I have to do is take out my wallet and pay for it right then and there.
Yep.
Oh no, someone's gonna have to count back change, do mathematics. Oh no.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know, right? Check those numbers.
So let's see. We are 2 minutes before the hour 2 open panel, so I will go ahead and post the link into the chat, and I will pin it to the very top on YouTube. Unfortunately, I can't pin it to the top on Rumble.
Yep. And yes, I will highlight that comment. Yes. Oh, that is not the comment I wanted. There we go.
Yeah, we're both trying to highlight it.
Yes, exactly. No control, and the whole thing is, it just gets out of hand. And even reading comic books digitally, yeah, it's pretty cool. Even reading on your iPad, I didn't expect to be interested in that. It's pretty cool, but it's just, you need options. It's the same with the cars. It's the same with all this. You've got to have options. And people that want less options, they're not seeing the bigger picture. And you want to see the bigger picture, because you're just going to cause problems, more headaches to people. Less options, more control from the companies, from this. Yeah, so.
Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, I gotta wait for the chat to scroll up on the YouTube side so I can pin it, because I have the heart emoji in the way. Because I'm sure you've seen it as you're going onto various channels in the chat. They have the emojis that you can put up there, but it kind of makes it hard to pin something when it's not there. Oh, and ladies and gentlemen, we do have somebody here, and I know we played this music earlier and we were mocking Baron, but really, this music's appropriate for our first guest here on the second hour open panel, Mr. Phil McCracken.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome, Phil.
Yep. I love that music.
It is great music, though. I mean, I'm not going to look. I don't care what anybody says. Classical music, there's so much to love about it.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Now the show has just a bit more class.
Somebody got to keep Cash Money awake.
Oh my gosh, I'm awake. I better be awake. Yep, I agree.
And Jeff Bezos said a few years ago, you don't own it. You're just borrowing it.
You know, when I believe, I don't have proof of a conspiracy theory. This is just my feelings. When Microsoft lost the HD Blu-ray war and Sony won it, so we're all using Blu-ray right now, along with DVDs. I believe Microsoft was waiting and just sitting in the wings, waiting for everything to go digital.
Right.
Here's the thing: my beef with it. Something can happen. You don't have internet access for whatever reason. You can't access your digital download.
It's true. Yep.
As much as you pay for and play on something like Steam, you don't have internet access for whatever reason.
Right.
You're not playing your game.
Yep. I mean, I hear that if you're off Steam for at least a week, then you have to connect to it. I haven't tested that. I usually just leave my account on, but I haven't tested that. But with GOG and some of this other stuff, it's completely DRM free. But they've run into some of their own problems too, and they're owned by CD Projekt Red. So with taking off of Devotion because of something that happened with the Chinese president, things like that, it's just like you got to pick your battles. Basically, it's like you think this company's always going to do so great for you, but then that happens, and you're like, see, that starts making me not want to buy that stuff. And then Steam, they've run into some issues too, but it's also the publisher. Oh, we have to change this, and then we'll put this on Steam. And I don't think Steam's going to care if you change it or not. But
you and me, Cash, talked a couple weeks ago, and I was talking about the death of the music industry. And what people don't realize, for years, if you went into a Sam Goody, a wall to wall, or wherever you bought music, a regular CD of what music you're buying would run you on average, and this is mid 90s, $14, $15. And then when you got a little later on in the early 2000s and such, and you got a CD burner, you found out that a CD disc only cost maybe 25 cents.
Right. Yes.
And then they asked themselves why people were going in certain routes and getting their music entertainment. Well, if you're charging $13 for music, and granted, there's artwork and everything in there, in which I agree, but you're charging $15, and it only costs you maybe 25 cents for this, the disc. Maybe for everything to be made, maybe $1. You're making almost $13 profit.
Yeah.
So they kind of did it to themselves, but I feel bad because, like I said, the music industry, what it once was. I'm not talking like bands or anything. I'm talking about the material released. And there's some
you're talking about the inner workings of the music industry,
and some of these
producers
and Mike, they might put out an album maybe once every 10 years, and their cry to fame is that we're not making it doesn't sell. No, it would sell, but the problem is, why am I going to spend $15 on a CD unless I'm a diehard fan of that music and I want the actual disc? And I buy the disc and I can download it for maybe $2.
And the big problem was, and that's why it's nice that something like the iPod came out after a number of years, is that those CD players, they'd break on you, but if you have a computer and if you want more options, there's nothing wrong with having a disk drive. People can say, oh, it's old technology. Why would you want that? What are we back in the Stone Age of technology? It's like, no. I know, but people think that way. Some people do still.
That's ridiculous. Having to play something on native hardware is a lot better than streaming it. I mean, take anyone who's probably. I'm sorry, I know. Yeah, sorry that I kind of butted in there, but the point still stands there. Yes. It's better to have native hardware to play something on, whether it's a PC or a console, and even if you have it, you can just download it and you automatically have it there. I know, sure, and I had the DRM is often the problems and whatnot. But
that's why I like having the physical copy of a game, especially for console. I mean, you can't get the physical copy of a game for PC anymore, but
exactly. I know PC gamers have had to deal with that for over at least a decade and a half at this point. And I will say gladly that I know I respect physical media because I have plenty of a shelf or two of them myself. You can barely see that right there. So
so I bought some Blu-ray anime recently, and I never thought I was going to do that, but I just did. I'm like, I like this anime enough that I want to buy it, so I did. And prices are still pretty reasonable on Amazon.
I recently bought from Best Buy The Hobbit
Nice.
The extended version, and that cost me like $30.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the day, I got the Lord of the Rings extended versions that cost me $99.
Right.
Wow.
The difference is the Lord of the Rings versions that I got are DVD, and the Hobbit is Blu-ray. But thankfully, I can still play both. I prefer owning movies if I really like the movie. That way, again, power goes out. I have two what do you call it, laptops, and they both have disk drive, and I can watch a movie till the power comes back.
Yes, that's what I definitely like. I love the laptops that have disk drives in them. But the thing is about other physical media and shows. Some shows that are really good, but sadly never got a DVD or Blu-ray release. And some of those DVDs have gone out of print, or they fetch for exorbitantly high prices. And hell, there are some shows that were good, but they are lost to time. But they are lost. Some people have uploaded them to YouTube with very, 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 very bad quality.
Yeah.
And like one show I can think of that is, I don't know where the DVDs are sold. Maybe they could be found secondhand. Is the 2009 reboot of V with Marina Baccarin as the titular leader of the Visitors. So yeah, ABC tried to reboot that old NBC series from the 80s, and sadly that show got canceled just when it was getting good, and it could have led into something that would have been considered the final battle.
Yeah, it could have. And before we move on to this next article, I just wanted to say that when Paramount first released the original Star Trek series, Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, onto DVD, they were asking $130, $150 just for a season. It's like,
wow,
no. And don't forget, you got rules. Even though you bought that, the rules are you can never. I mean, you can if we went to Mike's house and watched a season of TNG, you can do that. But if we were to say come to Mike's house and pay $2, you can't do that.
No.
You can, you're technically breaking the law at that point. So yes, you might earn the material, but there's rules you have to follow. You can make copies of a record, but you cannot sell that copy of that record.
You can't make any profit off of a record that you've copied or a CD that you copied.
Yeah, no.
So and they had that thing back then when they were even doing records. I have records where the sleeve says on there, "Don't make copies. You're killing music." You're not killing music. You're killing the music industry. You're not killing music.
Right.
And even back then with like even in the 90s with like VHS tapes, I think even one of the promos for Mortal Kombat even said it's protected under Macrovision copyright protection.
Yep. Yeah, it's just like, if you're on YouTube or Rumble, there are things they don't want you to show because it's under copyright. And you have to, say, okay, fine, I won't show it.
Yeah, it's kind of sad though. Some people obviously can try to get around the whole thing with trying to do like movie reviews and whatnot, and sometimes they have to heavily truncate and cut scenes down due to that, or sometimes in some cases they have to use still images, but even those can be claimed.
Yeah. And you know what? That's why when we do the watch parties that we've done on Pop Talk, I try to look for movies that are free on YouTube. Yeah, they're with ads, but they're still free. This way, everybody can click onto the link for the movie that's in YouTube and actually watch it.
And this is also exactly why you should always have an ad blocker on your browser.
Yeah, now YouTube's getting all funny about that, but I see you can just hit the X. So you can be like, yeah, I'm not using one.
And now, moving on to this article here from Superhero Hype. Rocket Raccoon Lobo co-creator Keith Giffen dies at 70. This article was posted on the 11th, which was Wednesday, and it says comic book artist and writer Keith Giffen, co-creator of Marvel's Rocket Raccoon and DC's Lobo, has passed away. He was 70 years old. Griffin's official Facebook account confirmed his passing in a post today. I told them I was sick, the post reads. Anything not to go to New York Comic Con. Thanks, Keith Giffen. 1952 to 2023. It says a number of industry professionals have taken the time to pay their respects to Giffen on social media, including fellow artist Colleen Doran, my very dear friend, one of the best friends I have ever had, Keith Giffen. I am heartbroken. I will love you forever. You were endlessly kind and crazy, funny, and awful beyond smart. Truly original. Doran wrote on X. I still call it Twitter because that's what the site's still called. Writer J.M. DeMattis added, Keith was one of the most brilliantly creative humans I've ever known. A conundrum with a heart of gold, a generous collaborator, an old dear friend, and as my wife observed, he was like a character out of a Keith Giffen story. Safe travels, Keith. You will be missed. Keith Giffen's comic book legacy. Giffen was born in Queens, New York on November 30th, 1952. He broke into the comic book industry in the mid-1970s. Shortly after he arrived on the scene, Giffen and writer Bill Manteo created Rocket Raccoon for Marvel Comics. The character first appeared in Marvel Preview number 7 in July 1976. Rocket went on to become a major player in the Marvel Cinematic Universe via the Guardians of the Galaxy film franchise. That said, Rocket isn't the only iconic character Giffen helped bring to life. He and writer Roger Slifer also created DC's Lobo, who first appeared in 1983's Omega Men number 3. Lobo has become a rather popular character in his own right, appearing in various animated DC films and television shows over the year. The Last Kazarian made his live-action debut in the sci-fi series Krypton in 2019. It also goes on to say, as far as DC is concerned, Giffen is known for his work on the publisher's Legion of Superheroes and Justice League titles. He also worked on such titles as Aquaman, Blue Beetle, Doom Patrol, The Flash, Suicide Squad, Superman, and more. Some of his other Marvel comics include Annihilation, The Defenders, Drax the Destroyer, and Thanos. Giffen's contributions expand beyond the big two, mind you. He also worked on books for Image Comics, Dark Horse Comics, and Valiant Comics. Giffen even had a few television credits under his belt, having penned episodes of The Real Ghostbusters, Hi Hi Puffy Amiyumi, and Ed, Ed, and Eddie. So he was a man of all trades, man of all talents. I'll admit I'm not very familiar with him, but now hearing some of the shows that he worked on, some of the comics that he worked on, I can say I am familiar with the characters he helped create. How about you guys?
I'm actually blown away that he's had so many credits to his name.
Mm-hmm. And I do want to say hello to the Padawannabe. Good to see you. Good to see you, brother.
Padawannabe.
Jay says, rest in peace. And does anyone else have anything they'd like to say?
I do.
On this article, Brandon. On this article.
Oh, how did he die to begin with?
Doesn't say. Could be natural
Oh,
causes, and it could be that he was real sick. But
I'm not.
we're losing creative talents left and right.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to be talking as much. My mic will probably be muted most of the time,
That's okay, Brandon.
just in case. Like if you was on my channel, there would have been no foul language.
Oh, okay, Brandon. Okay, we're not talking about your channel right now.
So my birthday's coming up.
All right, we'll save that for the end.
Okay. Or have your birthday shout out at the end.
Brandon?
Yep.
The rules are still in effect. So, Phil, do you have anything you'd like to say about Keith Giffen, or at least from what you've just learned about what he has credit?
I'm sad to see him go. I consider him, with a bunch of other people, the second generation of comic book writers. For me, the first generation is people that are like Mickey Mouse, Woody Woodpecker, all them. Yeah, we're losing a lot of people now. And, now we're getting up there. In the next 5 to 10 years, a lot of creators are sadly getting near that age where, unfortunately, they're going to be passing. Thankfully, we got their work. Their work is going to stay with us for as long as we, as a society, have the ability to see it. But I will say that when you see like the torch pass from the first generation of comic book writers and going to the second generation, there wasn't that much of a drop off. I know some people call it the golden age to the silver age. Yeah, I can understand that, but I don't consider it that big of a drop. But I can say between that second generation and what we can call this the third generation, a big drop. And there's not many people of the second generation of writers. The first generation are all dead. Second generation they're getting up there. And there's nothing that we can tie back to, No,
unfortunately there isn't.
And I was, like I said, if you had a writer that was writing Batman in the 30s and 40s and Superman, and whoever writes after in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, there wasn't that much of a drop off. Now you're seeing there's so much of a drop off. And I don't know if it's watered down or it's just creativity itself is being squashed and controlled. Yeah, we can't afford to lose these people, but there's nothing we can do. They're like I said, they're getting into age. It's 70 years old. In this day and age, that's still considered, some people consider young, but it's sad. It's sad. You don't like to hear about this stuff, but in the next couple of years, 10 years, there's going to be a lot of people that we know, love, listen to, artists, entertainers that sadly, getting close to that time. So,
Indeed.
And the best thing that we all can do, especially if we want to continue their legacy as a fellow comic book artist, story creator, or even, writing in television or movies or writing music, is take a look at their work.
Exactly.
Read how they wrote their stories by reading the comics that they're a part of. Take inspiration from that. Even music like Kiss. You're a big fan of Kiss, Phil.
Yep.
If you want to, have something that's in the style of Kiss, but let's not say, copy and pasting Kiss altogether, but you want to have that same kind of sound, then pay attention and listen to their different albums, listen to their different songs.
I mean, with Kiss as an example, since you used them, I mean, you do have what they call tribute bands, and some of them are really good. I've been to a couple concerts with the tribute bands, And like I said, I was very entertained. I've seen Kiss live about 10 times. This was before the whatever we're gonna call background track, so whatever they're playing to now. That wouldn't apply to my age, but they're 70 years old. Some of them are old members are older than Keith Griff. A lot of you hate to say this, but why are people still going to their shows at 70 years old? There's nothing out there you really can say that's going to replace them once they're off the stage.
Exactly.
That's the problem, and that's not just music. That's on all forms of our entertainment. It's like I said, I can remember as a kid watching Black and White, Low and Hardy, Abbott and Costello, and seeing them comedy people, and then seeing like Three's Company, and still, would you say there was a drop off in comedy? No. Is there a drop off in comedy today? To me, yes. There's a giant gap there.
They're afraid of pushing things, even stuff like going back to Three's Company. There was definitely a conflict with a number of people.
And don't get me wrong, it was controversial.
Right. Oh, it was at the time. Yes.
Yeah, for Three's Company. But I would tell you, for me, as growing up in the 70s and the 80s, John Ritter was one of the best comedians. I liked him even better than what was the guy that played Mork? I'm sorry,
Robin Williams.
Yeah, I just for me, I thought he was a lot better. And then look at him; he died. He wasn't that old, 50 years old.
He wasn't, but it's also some of these people just don't take care of themselves. Some of them are really stressed. Look what happened to Crichton. Look at what happened to people like Tom Clancy. This man might have smoked too in his life. I don't know, but all this stuff can contribute because what they're doing, I'm sure, is very stressful in their life. So they're trying to find something to relax them.
Yeah, and you are right about that because he come from the age where people smoked. I mean, most of us are old enough to remember. Yes, there was a smoking section in the restaurant. And just because you said, I want a non-smoking table, smoke doesn't stop.
You're still getting that smoke.
Yeah.
And some of them might even say, well, how could writing for comic books, creating characters for comic books be stressful? Because you have deadlines to meet.
Yeah. They might have it. Let's just say someone's have to do the drawing back in the day for Woody Woodpecker, all right, and they're doing a show, and they had the Woody Woodpecker cartoon, and they had to do their hand back then. They're doing it by hand. You got maybe 2 weeks to get that one episode all done, written, and forget about the drawing part. That's a whole different other beast. So when you're put under the pressure, any form of stress kills. Stress kills.
Yeah.
So some of these entertainers, all forms of it, even musicians, the record company puts stress on them. Notable Def Leppard, when their band, their drummer got hurt, they had to postpone everything, and the bills start mounting up. That if his the album that came out in '87 didn't sell 5 million copies, the band didn't break even. Luckily, it sold 7 million or more, so they're able to make a profit. And I'm not talking about profit for them; I'm talking profit for the record company. You see,
and speaking of stress, it's amazing that Matt Stone and Trey Parker are still able to put episodes out for South Park after all these years. 25 plus years of putting out episodes on their own.
Yeah, and Comedy Central, they certainly are, biased towards one side or the other. But with stuff like South Park, they pretty much, they let them get away with a lot of things that are good. I mean, the making fun of Meghan Markle was hilarious, and I laughed my ass off at that episode.
Yeah, even though there have been sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, man.
No, yeah, even though there have been points where people have sent them death threats anything else. They offended the wrong people, but they powered through all of it. And yeah, they just honestly, these are two dudes that just do not give a damn about anything. They just don't. They don't care what side of the political side you're on. They don't care. You are gonna basically get a comedic smackdown. Heck, even when Microsoft was doing something at E3, they came up on stage and talked about the Xbox Smart Glass so vehemently, hilariously. It's like they were all thinking to themselves, "Oh my God, what the heck have we done? What did we do? Why did we let these guys come on stage?" Because you guys wanted them to advertise their game at your press conference. You should have expected that. Same thing with Seth MacFarlane hosting the Oscars, which honestly was the best Oscars ever, hands down, in my opinion.
It wasn't bad. He made some jokes that offended people, so that was
good. Yeah, you could see how everyone in the audience, how a lot of those celebrities, like, so at least Darren looked like she wanted to walk, she looked like she wanted to walk up and kill him.
Yeah, and Tagge is saying a few things too, as well as Prismatics, which I have highlighted right here. And he says stroke is a serious thing. I work with patients that survived from stroke, and I am sad that he died from that. Yes, my grandmother had a stroke back in '95, and it took away her ability to speak. And unfortunately, after her stroke, she had a heart attack, which unfortunately took her from us.
My mom had a stroke about 2015. Luckily, she was able to fully recover. If anything, there's side effects. She did lose some of her eyesight. It diminished some, not completely, but some. So, but considering what happens to people with strokes, my mom's one of the lucky ones, But like I said, in today's world, what you can catch and what you can get or what can happen to you, be it stroke, cancer, whatever, I would say after 50, and I'm after 50, when you roll the dice, it's pick your poison.
We're not guaranteed tomorrow.
No, and that's another thing that you hear a lot in today's world. It's a shame this happens. Yes, it is. But you know what? You're not guaranteed to live past 5 years old. If you made it past 5 years old, consider yourself blessed. If you made it to 50, even more. Don't take any day for granted, because nothing is guaranteed. Nothing.
I'm going to go with something personal here. With the history of high blood pressure and heart conditions in my family, I wonder, how long I have left because of that family history on both sides of the family.
Yep. Hopefully for a long time. Or if you leave me here with cash money, I will find you on the other side. I will find you and hunt you down.
I feel the same about Bill. I don't know.
Well, the thing is, my father died at the age of 58. My grandfather on my dad's side died at the age of 64. My grandmother passed away at 75. My grandfather on my mom's side was 68 when he passed away. And my mother was 70. And then other family members, like my uncle on my dad's side, his middle brother, he passed away at the age of 48. I'm 3 years from 48.
I know that feeling. Maybe on my father's side, the same way, Mike. Same way. Now, my mother's side, males tend to live maybe a little bit longer than they do. For a while there, on my father's side, there was no male that lived past 65 until I had one of his brothers, that lived to 80 years old. So that was for my father's side, rarity. But my mom's side, thankfully, I seem to have good genes from that side. Have all my hair like my mother's side. All the males have all their hair. So I'm lucky at 52 to have all my hair.
Yeah.
And relatively good health as opposed to my father's side. Now, it's scary because once you get past that 40, 50 age, you're not young anymore. You pass the tipping point. Now you're getting, well, do I have 10? Do I have 20? It's scary.
I'm going to say it. You're living on borrowed time.
Yep. So, but it amazes me how some people, like my mom had cancer. My mom had double pneumonia. My mom got hit with 240 volts of electricity. And she had a stroke, and she's still here and functioning and independent and able to do things she needs as a retiree. So she's blessed, So, and some people, let's be honest, one person gets struck with 240 volts of electricity. That's it. I told her she got the best guardian angel you could ask for. So,
And I do want to real quick say hello to Old Man who says living in LA is equal to smoking 3 packs a day. And T-Gap Steve says prismatic, so I don't know what's worse, dying from a stroke or living for another decade after having one or two of them. And he mentions his grandmother, and my condolences to you and your family about your grandmother, T-Gap Steve. It's never easy to lose a parent. It's never easy to lose a friend. It's never easy to lose a relative.
Yeah, because I'm gonna share a little bit of a personal story with me. My
Go ahead.
grandmother passed away 3 years ago, and even before that, she was in and out of the hospital. She had a pacemaker. She had most of her large intestine removed. She's gone through cancer twice. It's just, and even doing all that and helping raise me and my sisters, going through all that, she honestly, at that point, she had earned her rest. And I mean, it's hard. I know the same thing is going to apply to my grandfather, who's, I think is got as in like maybe another few months. I'm not sure. I think as of this year, I think he's like 89. He's going to be 89 as of this year. I think I kind of forgot how old he is, but he is well into his 80s. So, but he's still kicking. I mean, sure, like years ago, but now he's really starting to show his age. He's having to use a cane more. It's difficult, and I even heard from my sisters that my grandfather he's not driving anymore. So,
I mean, it gets tough as you get older. Your body can't respond like it could when you're in your, teens, your 20s, your 30s, even your 40s.
Yeah.
And Pat Wannabe here is saying, I've lived 28 years longer than my father did. It was a foolish accident. I lived for him, but it's tough to know if I did right by him. I'll never know, but I just keep going. Yeah, I'll admit it, Pat Wannabe, with both my parents having passed. Yeah, I want to do right for me, but I also still want to live right by my parents, take the lessons that they taught me, and still apply those very same lessons today. Think, they're still watching me. They know what I'm doing. At least I believe that.
No, I'm with you on that. There is, for me, I believe in the other side, and for me, I refuse to believe that this is it. I believe this is just a place where we learned our learning experience before we can move on. So, and I do believe loved ones watch over us. So,
yeah, and the people who are very secular about that kind of stuff, those are the nihilistic, hopeless people, especially they're of my generation, and that's honestly very sad to see a lot of these people who are like this. And they say, why not? Yeah, if there is nothing to live for on the other side, what's the point of even living on this side anyway? Just just cobble through life like you're practically just undead and whatnot. That's not a way to live. It never is.
It's not. It's not at all. So, moving on to this next article, and before we do that, does anyone else have anything they'd like to say on this subject matter? On, of course, Keith Giffen. Before we do officially move on to this next article, any last words?
I do.
Okay, what do you have to say, Brad?
DC Comics. Ooh.
Yes, he wrote for DC
Warner
Comics
Brothers.
and Marvel's.
Marvel is Disney. DC is Warner Brothers.
Yes, but do you have anything to say about Keith Giffen? You know,
Not really.
okay, then we're moving on.
Okay.
So we have this other article from Cosmic Book News. It says Jeff John leaves DC Comics for Ghost Machine creator-owned company. 9 comic book creators form their own creator-owned cooperative media company. And that's been happening a lot, especially with what's going on with Marvel and DC. This is by Matt McGloin. It was posted on Thursday, and it says, announced at New York City Comic Con, Jeff Johns has left DC Comics and has formed Ghost Machine, a new creator-owned cooperative media company, along with fellow comic book creators Jason Fabok, Gary Frank, Brian Hitch, Lamont McGee, Francis Manopole, Brad Metzler, Peter J. Tomasi, and Maitel Zuch. I hope I said that right. It says the announcement makes it clear that all creators will be exclusive to Ghost Machine for their comics work after completing their already committed to projects. Image Comics will be the publisher, who has already been publishing John's creator-owned comic, Geiger, which is getting made into a television series. The announcement offers the forward-thinking business model allows its creators to jointly own, run, and operate the company, and together share in publishing, media, merchandising, and beyond distributing the status quo. The announcement continues. The company launches with 4 shared universes of character-centered titles such as Geiger, Redcoat, Rook, Exodus, and Rocketfellers, and many more. Of course, it has a teaser. I'm not going to play the teaser. It says Ghost Machine, first of its kind, creator-owned and cooperative media company, launches at New York Comic Con. The groundbreaking creator collective is led by prolific writers and artists whose best-selling works include Batman, Superman, Spider-Man, The Flash, The Ultimates, Black Lightning, and Green Arrow. Of course, that mentions all the creators who I mentioned above. It says everything that I read above before. It also gives us the same press release. Let's see if it adds anything else. It says, as the recent Hollywood strikes have shown, creatives are disenfranchised with their traditional industry model. Creators seek increased empowerment as a natural progression to an ever-changing entertainment landscape. Ghost Machine's enterprising business model is at the forefront of this evolution, with the characters and full company ownership shared by its creators in every way. Our ambition for Ghost Machine is to push beyond superheroes, introducing new genres, characters, and shared universes, completely co-owned by all the creators involved. We see this as the future of how creatives will work and retain creative control and meaningfully participate in success like never before, said the Ghost Machine founding creators' joint statement. Our passion is for the magic of graphic storytelling and the emotional resonance of compelling characters. But we are not just a comic book company. We are first wholly creator-owned and operated media company of its kind, born out of the desire to create and succeed together. Ghost Machine's titles will be published through the original champion of creator-owned comics, Image Comics, the industry's 3rd largest comic book publisher behind Marvel and DC, which launched in 1992 when 7 of the top comic book creators left Marvel Comics to own their own work and ideas. Now, Ghost Machine drives the industry norms and opportunities even further by having top talent collaborate and build out shared universes that they entirely control together. If Image Comics pushed the original boundaries, Ghost Machine is breaking barriers and creating a new frontier for creators. And welcome, Paul of Fandom.
Hello. How's it going?
I almost said Fandom Legacy. I almost said Fandom Legacy. That's what I
I
thought.
don't have enough of a beard for that.
You need a pipe too, Paul.
I know. So, real quick, if I may, I got a really wild story that just happened to me. I got to tell you guys about. So,
all right, let me finish this real quick, and then I'll let you tell your story.
All right.
It says Eric Stevenson, publisher and chief creative officer at Image Comics, said it's been incredible to see how much planning has gone into what the Ghost Machine collaborators are putting together. It's an amazing list of talent, but beyond that, they're giving every aspect of this line a lot of thought so that it's more than just another series launch. It's a true event. The way they're working together and working with Image make this a noteworthy development for us, as well as a must-read comics lineup for anyone looking for something different and new. And then it lists a few of the comics that are going to be coming out. But honestly, this is the wave of the future. Creators creating their own companies.
Yeah. The funny thing is that there's some comments in there that say, "Oh, I see the women have to be covered up." I said, "I don't know. It might just be a personal choice, but I see where people are going with that."
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you don't have to have everything all for show. I mean, personally, if it actually covers if it's actually practical, tactical, and form fitting, it's perfect. I'd say I'm all for it. That's what I really rather go for.
Mm-hmm. It's as we heard other people say on YouTube, support other creators, even on Rumble, support other creators. If they're doing good stuff, then support them.
Yes.
Whatever their content is, whether it's, talking about pop culture or a movie, or if they're playing a game, support them. It's like Pop Culture Mechanic. Every weekend, he does 2 live streams He does a live stream Saturday, a live stream Sunday, and he also does a live stream on Tuesdays. And he talks about a variety of topics. And it's great content. Check him out.
It's good to see this because with the status of comic books in general has declined. A lot of things declined, but I would say for comic books, it's the 3rd biggest decline. If you put music, memorabilia, and then comics. For comics to survive, in my opinion, DC and Marvel isn't the way. Independent is the way, because right now, the way the DC and the Marvel's being controlled and what they're doing there isn't going to make comic books come back. We want to see comic books even somewhat recover.
Yes.
This independent, and
exactly,
it should be the template for all our entertainment. When our industries that we like, that we want to see movies, maybe we need to watch independently made movies. Maybe we need to see more fan-made stuff and give that our attention to, as opposed to what's being put on some of these streaming services. But especially comic books. And I know a lot of people might not agree with me, but I'm sorry. When you can
I agree wholeheartedly.
If you go to your local shopping centers or malls, at one time you had a comic book store in every one of them instances. They're not there no more.
Yep, they aren't.
they're there, but they're not. If I went to 3 malls, I guarantee I will not find a comic book store.
Yeah, I can't believe there's one still close to my house, but
it's rare. Bookstores have gone out. Your memorabilia, like people buying baseball cards, you might be able to see them at a convention, but you don't have a store to go to anymore.
Yeah, exactly. I think when I moved to Princeton, my dad told me there was a comic book store here, but they went out of business because, well, not many people, because I'm pretty sure most of the people who are the population of the town I live in, most of them are all over the age of 45 and over.
But, and they use an excuse, well, it's older entertainment. I don't consider it older because when I got comic books, my parents gave me comic books. My father used to work for a place that printed comic books. So, I wouldn't say my generation and Mike's generation was the same time, was any different. I have people younger in my family that love comic books. They love baseball cards. And for them, they had Pokemon cards. But as far as the industry, like it was, memorabilia for sports was huge back in the day.
Yeah, it was even in the 90s, man.
Yeah, and
I mean, there's this store, and I'm sure they were across the country. I saw them in a few malls, at least here on the East Coast, called Field of Dreams, and that was a sports memorabilia store where you can find different, basketball memorabilia, baseball memorabilia, football memorabilia, and it was signed memorabilia.
Ooh.
And even the stuff that wasn't signed, it was items that you can't find in other sports stores.
Yep, and if you have old comics, old stuff, take it to a place and comic book store and see what you can get. And even stuff on eBay, it's surprising what you can sell things for. It's crazy. And you might even have some games out there or something that you want to sell. But then it's
you can find a
now,
lot of good stuff
especially
on eBay.
Now it's kind of do you really want to sell a lot of your physical media?
Well,
I don't know.
There's a big question because you have what we just heard today. Gaming is not going to, you're not going to have a hard copy. So what happens to GameStop?
Yeah,
they're already going. They've been in a death spiral, and I don't know what the heck is keeping them alive.
Yeah, they have been in a death spiral for a long time. The same thing that in Norway, they closed all the shops down in Norway. We don't have any GameStops in Norway. We barely have any gaming shops in Norway.
The best GameStop is where the manager. They're sometimes nice enough to hook you up with free stuff. Sometimes other people come in there. Maybe you get a chance to do VR. Those are definitely the best. But some of those GameStops you go into, they don't even look at you until you actually go up to the counter, which is really just bad customer service.
I'll be honest, when they were electronic boutique, the company, the process of how you did things in the store was a lot more customer friendly, and the people, even before you go into the store, half the time they were already on top of you asking, "Can I help you?" Like you said,
like Radio Shack.
But in my area where I live at, I'm in a 10-mile radius. I have 5 GameStops.
Wow, damn.
5.
We still have a few here too. We have one in the mall, but that's the one, of course, where you go in. You have to go up to the counter. They just have always been like that. It's weird for many years, but yet the one that was across the street from the mall, that of course is unfortunately gone now. If you get to know the manager, it's just there was that atmosphere that, hey, how's it going? I remember one time I went into a GameStop. I felt like I did something to this guy. He just kept giving me dirty looks, so I gave him some back. Yes, I'm not kidding you. It's so weird. I'm like, did I do something to this guy? What's going on here?
And I do want to say hello to Jace of 540 Studios.
Yeah, hey everybody.
Yep,
it's good to be here.
My favorite compound chicken. How you doing?
But no, at GameStop, I used to love being there when I was younger, and where I live, the guy who runned it he was a super amazing guy. He talked with the people that came in. He tried to make it into like a good place for every geek to come in, and make you feel at home. But unfortunately, they didn't sell well, and after all drama behind the scenes with GameStop, how they have been doing stuff behind the scenes for years, they had to shut down everything. So if I'm gonna go to GameStop now, I have to go to Germany, for example.
Wow.
I feel spoiled having 5 near me.
Yeah, I mean, they're still limping along. So for now, we'll see
For
how
now.
long that lasts. But
Yeah.
they've made some bad financial decisions, and
Yeah.
it really hurts you inside when you
It
would
does. It
you
is.
go and bring
Yeah.
you
it is
bring your stuff, and then how much you
Yeah.
get for it, you're like, oh. But then other times, there's sometimes good deals, and you're like, oh, you know what, GameStop, this is pretty good. Or you found
Yeah.
maybe a used copy of Chrono
Oh.
Trigger on DC
Yeah.
on
Yeah,
Nintendo
found
DS,
so
and you're
much,
like, wow.
so much older games. You found everything, and
Yep.
I know. No, I trying to remember what the guy said to me, but he did say that one of the reasons they also went down, that they had to close everything, is because they stopped selling more and more physical copies, and they became more of a merch store, and just became merch.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
that is the
I
big
don't
problem.
like that.
Yeah,
me
and
neither.
No, it's
they don't
not a good
they don't even
business
sell
model.
like peripherals or anything. Barely selling even peripherals.
Yeah,
That's a big reason why anymore I just don't even bother with GameStop. Yet I will go out of my way and go to my nearest retro game store because they still have a lot of good stuff in there.
Oh, I'm sure
Yeah,
they do.
and even then, there's like buying a lot of secondhand stores. And even then, when we heard about like Best Buy saying they're not gonna be selling DVDs or any like physical copies of games anymore, I already said on Twitter, on X or Twitter that
Twix.
Secondhand stores are gonna get very, very popular. And there's one in Nashville that I always recommend anybody go to if you're going there to find a lot of physical media. It's McKay's Bookstores. They'll take anything. They'll take comic books, records, toys, books, even laptops.
That's nice, though. That's really nice.
And
Guitars,
Jace,
everything.
Before we hear Paul's story, do you have anything that you'd like to say about Jeff Johns leaving for Ghost Machine?
I do. He's leaving.
Well,
Ghost...
I'm asking Jace right now.
Oh, sorry.
No, I didn't get the whole thing because I was not home when you guys talked about it. So if you just can give me a little,
I'll give you a quick rundown. Basically, he's leaving DC to join this creator-owned company called Ghost Machine, where they have a connected universe of ideas, merchandise, and they're also working with Image Comics to publish their comic books.
Fuck yeah, leave DC then. Fuck yeah. DC's not doing well. It's better to switch companies, switch places, and see if you can get a better place to be. Maybe something that can get the better audience, maybe more respect in the company with stories and not pushing stupid agendas. I'm not so familiar with what he's gonna do with all this, but hopefully, it's a better place because DC is not doing well with all the woke crap and agendas they're doing with the comics. It is the same thing that happened. We all know about that. Mags who wanted to do Superboy as a trans woman in the comics. But the pitch got declined. But I read the new comic by Mags. She or that person added in that Connie thing and the trans stuff with the character. They really
very
did.
odd.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the pitch was not really turned down. They actually added that in the comic. So yeah, go ahead and switch companies to and comic worlds to do something greater, better, and fuck DC, man.
Yeah,
right
and
now.
I know he did work on, of course, other movies. He worked on, of course, Wonder Woman 84, but like I said, you can't. This man also wrote Blackest Night, which is some really dark, interesting take on some of the DC heroes, or most of them.
Well, he
I'm
has
not sure
done,
it's all of them,
some
but
good stuff, but it is
Mhm.
mostly just, how the company is now and
Mhm.
how they are treating the stories and destroying the characters. There's no respect in DC at this moment with
Mhm.
with
No.
No, I
comics.
agree. I agree. Yeah.
So
No, I mean, look how they still shun Ethan Van Sciver.
Yeah, and however you feel about him, it doesn't matter. I
And
mean, that
DC is
guy,
not a fan.
20 years, right?
They're not
20
fan of
years, I
Chuck
think.
or Baron either. They're not fan of
Mm.
people like that. They don't want people
Right.
like that in their company, and
Right.
I think that is a big mistake. It's just like,
I
okay,
agree.
it doesn't matter what your writer or anything. It doesn't matter what their political view is or anything like that. What matters
Mhm.
is their stories, how they write the stories, how the audience love their stories, not the person's beliefs in, if he's a Christian, Muslim, or there's a
Right.
political, whatever. No matter what he believes, political, whatever the fuck it is, it doesn't matter. What matters is what kind of story they are making. Are they good storytellers? Yada yada yada. That is what matters. So
Yeah,
It's
what
a
the story
story that
said.
they're telling. Is it selling comic books, which should be
yes,
your number one goal? To
yes,
create stories
Exactly.
and characters
yes,
that sell comic books.
yes.
Exactly.
So no, so I hope that he has a better time with creating the new stuff he's gonna do. That is not with DC
Yeah,
instead.
me
And
too.
that's
I
what
mean,
I'm trying to do. And that's exactly what I'm trying to do as well with the stories I'm creating.
Yeah, especially when you see what's going on now, it makes
Yeah,
you as a writer, even a content creator on YouTube, thinking, okay, what can I do that they're not doing? I'm not saying copy and paste what they're doing. I'm saying,
Exactly.
what
yeah.
can I do that they're not doing and make it my
Mm.
own?
yep,
And how
pretty
can
much.
how can I get the audience
Mhm.
interested in this story, in these
Exactly.
characters?
And it's interesting because even like the video game industry right now, they have a lot of problems, but they haven't
They
hit
do.
that rock bottom yet. You're still
Not
finding
yet.
stuff that go, okay, I can support this, but
Yeah, there's a lot of shit with games, but there's also a lot of good stuff out there. Just have to look.
Mhm.
If you look enough, you can find a lot of good stuff. So they're
yeah,
not
you.
down in the shitter
Mhm.
yet.
Yeah.
But if the big companies, if they go down the drainer, there's always independent creators out there who
Yes.
creates games and all that kind of stuff that is
Mhm.
interesting, fun, and all that kind of stuff. So you will always find something really interesting in the gaming world.
Yep.
Yes.
And does anyone else have anything to add about this before we hear Paul's story?
Me.
Okay,
Well,
Brandon, what
that-
would you like to say about this story with Ghost Machine and Jeff Johns leaving DC?
I was talking about the McKay store part.
We're not talking about that though.
Yeah.
That is a
Well,
DC
we're focused on the articles that have been picked for this edition of Pop Talk, and what we're currently talking about is Jeff Johns and Ghost Machine.
I didn't even read that comic before. I didn't even read any DC comics before.
Okay, well then I'll take it that you don't really have anything to say at the moment.
No, I don't.
All
I
right.
just want to say, Paul, I love the T-shirt, man.
Thank you, man. And I like the icon. That is nice.
Oh, thank you. It's my face.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, for a minute there, I thought it was the
If you're-
crow.
It is a
If you
mix
were-
of
yeah.
the crow and black metal, like typical black metal style with the crow with my face on it. So thank
like
you.
it. So,
all right, Paul, I'm gonna put you up on the big screen.
Okay, so I had something really wild happen to me earlier today. So everyone here knows I play guitar and sing, and
Yeah.
occasionally I will go out and do this in public at basically out on the patio of where I work. And today was one of those days, and I had my gig cut short because of the police. Now,
What?
they did not Now I got.
And you didn't get filming of this? You didn't bust out your phone and get filming?
Hold on. I didn't get video, but there is a picture. Let me pull this up real quick.
Okay.
Now I gotta specify, they did not get called on me. I was just a bystander to this.
Sure.
I've got a clip to play before you share.
What the hell you say?
Basically, I'm just to the left of the officer and the guy that they're actually there for, sitting in my chair, just kind of watching the whole thing go down.
Can we zoom in at all, Paul? Okay, there we go.
I'm not going to zoom it in further than that in case this guy watches. But basically, the guy here in the black hoodie, he came out and started listening to me sing as I was playing, and he basically told me that he was also a musician and he did a lot of like Indian folk type stuff, and he wanted to try. He was like really insistent on this. He wanted to try and like do a improvisational duet or something. And I didn't want to be rude, and so I kind of played along, but I also wanted to just be left alone and just do my own thing because
you wanted to create a boundary.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like he even wanted to play my guitar, and that's a hard no for me.
That is
if I don't know that you can play guitar like good, that is a hard no.
No, you can't.
Well, here's another thing. What if he, let's say you handed him the guitar and then he bolted.
Exactly.
With your guitar.
Yeah.
Exactly. So many things could have gone wrong. So basically,
taking it, run away. Many.
So basically, I just let him do his thing while I continued to do mine. And I see, as I'm in the middle of singing a song, I see two officers heading toward the two of us. Yes, I was an innocent bystander, T-Gap. But I see two officers heading toward us, and I knew it was. The thought crossed my mind, like, oh my goodness, my CEO has changed my mind about me playing music out here, and he's going to get the cops on me. But it turns out that they were actually here for this other gentleman, basically, who was allegedly acting like a nuisance to the other guests while he was in the cave. And he acted very, very standoffish with the officers. Like, I would almost say sovereign citizen like. And so the whole time that the two officers are dealing with him, and of course my manager and gift shop manager has gotten involved too, I'm just sitting there like, please don't notice me. I just want to play my music. Just I'm not part of this, basically. And then by the time that they got the guy to leave, which he was very resistant to, by the time they got the guy to leave, I decided, you know what? It's not worth it trying to stay here anymore. There's barely anyone listening to me. The mood has been killed. I'm just going to leave. So, yeah, that is the scare that I had earlier.
Wow, listen to this guy. He's becoming more of a rebel and stuff. Soon you're gonna hear him.
Man. Welcome to the family of being a rebel, man. Wow.
Going to like stores, doing stuff. We're gonna hear like his name in Virginia.
Hey, you want to know the best part? When this guy first approached me, my hopefully soon to be girlfriend was sitting right next to me.
Yeah. So Paul,
now you look like a badass, right?
He's gonna pull a George Costanza from Seinfeld. What to it? And then like Paul's attitude is gonna change, and then you're gonna see this new change on stream. He's like, what to it? What, you don't like it? I don't care. Screw off. And like he's gonna start cursing more. It's gonna be crazy. He's turning into a whole different person.
Yeah, I mean,
And Paul, on Phantom Alger, we're going to hear a song, and I apologize to anybody's ears. That's why I'm letting you know in advance. You might want to move your headphones from your ears. But I was sitting at work, just minding my own business. Then this guy, he came up to me.
You never know, I might just write that song.
My lovely guitar. And I told him no, because I don't sing with anyone.
Oh man, that was good, Mike. But yeah, that I've never had a gig of mine get cut short by law enforcement in any capacity, so it was definitely a new experience for me.
It would have been better if he said, "Excuse me, sir, do you work here?"
And on that note, I am leaving.
No,
kidding.
Paul, hold on. You know, he could have said to you, "Excuse me, sir, do you know any John Denver?"
Yes, I should have said John Denver for him. John Denver is country, Phil. I don't care what you say. You might be the king and legend of pop talk, but Mike, the emperor of pop talk, agrees with me on this.
I didn't see any crown.
I don't see any crown on you either, Phil. So,
what you should have done?
Well, if you want to settle it one masterful way, there's only one way we can fight.
No, Paul, what you should have done, when you saw the police and stuff, just start singing Jailhouse Rock by Elvis.
Nice. Oh, man. That really would have got me arrested.
Let's rock. Everybody, let's rock.
Yeah.
That would have been great.
All right.
I would pay.
I would pay to hear Paul saying somebody's getting arrested, Jailhouse Rock.
I have one quick question. Did they arrest him?
No, basically he was told to leave and the police were there basically to enforce it. They almost were going to, like they said, either leave or be arrested. But ultimately it looked like they did get the guy to leave.
Well, that's good though.
Well,
Tagge
you got
says
some strange things happening at that cave, man.
I know. And yeah, got the strange guy at work blues. That's worse than having the hard mode blues.
You should just write a song called Strange Guy at Work, but set to the tone of hard mode blues.
I might just do that. And Old Man saying in the chat, make sure those cuffs are not too tight.
Maybe they should use snap bracelet cuffs from now on.
Maybe. But I do seriously need to leave because I actually have not had lunch yet. So maybe I might hop on a little bit later. But for now, if I don't, thanks as always for having me on here, Mike.
Anytime.
Nice seeing you, Paul.
Yep. And
see you, Paul.
And if I may plug one thing real quick, tonight at 9:30.
No.
Oh, sorry.
No. I'm kidding with you. You're getting ready to leave. So yes, you can't promote yourself.
Okay. So tonight on my channel, Fandomology, for those that don't know, tonight at 9:30, we are going back to Dark Souls 3. So you are likely going to see more of my rage come out.
Yes. You're not going to
yes.
Just be careful the police doesn't watch it, okay?
That is good point.
Good.
Paul, you're not
Let the
using
hate
the
flow
easy mod?
through you, Paul.
You're not going to use the easy mod.
But you told me to, Phil.
No.
You told me it would.
No, you don't.
Two things, Paul. Two things that you should not do. One is use any kind of easy mode mod for a Dark Souls game. Two, don't have people telling you what to do. You should probably have nobody else.
PSA, please. PSA, please. Put the PSA up.
Right.
Put the number. Put the number up.
Jet Sparks, I thought you supported me.
No, I don't support using. I don't support ever playing in easy mode unless you're below the age of 10.
On this edition of Pop Talk.
Ooh, all right.
That's right, folks. If you or someone you know is playing Dark Souls 3 and they want to apply a mod that gives the game an easy mode, please do them and yourself a favor and call this number right here on your screen. 1-800-555-NOOB. That's 1-800-555-NOOB. We here at 1-800-555-NOOB want your friend to succeed and play on a harder difficulty.
Please do that.
All right. Well, for real, thanks as always for having me on here, Mike.
You're welcome, brother.
You're going to have a better time, Paul, if you decide to have nobody else in there. So
exactly
in your VC. because you're going to experience Dark Souls the way it's meant to be played, is by
Hey, let's
yourself
go.
and through the
Yes.
struggle. Through the struggle.
Paul's gonna get to the point where he's playing a game and he's gonna say this.
I don't want my pain taken away. I need my pain.
Once he gets to that point, I think, it'll be great, but we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, I know. I tried to play through Bloodborne. I mean, you already know how that stream turned out. If anyone can go back through that, it actually happened. Damn, like 4 years since I did that, and yeah, I was. But it's more control. But if I ever rage at a game, you're just gonna hear me like growl, like a rabid dog, more or less.
Not me
Like
when I was
that.
playing Jedi Survivor and I had to fight the Rancor for the first time, and then the second time, then the third time, then the fourth time. I'm all, this fucking Rancor.
It's like that scene in Boogie Nights. What the fuck is this? Yeah. Well,
The
what
jokes
the
that-
fuck is this? Yeah. Wouldn't
The
you
rabbit
agree,
jo-
Mike? It's like that Boogie Nights scene. You've seen Boogie Nights, I'm sure. What the fuck is this?
No, two things. Both Ogdo Bogdo and the Jode and the Rabid Jodes were the worst enemies to deal with in Fallen Order. I hated those two bosses so much.
Gosh, Jedi Fallen Order has some bosses that just aggravate the hell out of you. Survivor
Yeah.
definitely has some bosses that aggravate the hell out of you. And
Yeah, that's obvious. It does, and I get that, but it's just
But-
training yourself. But it's Dark Souls light in a way. The way the combat.
Yeah,
is.
it was. I liked it. I platinumed it.
but speaking of something that is probably going to aggravate a lot of people, is Xbox closing the Activision acquisition.
Monopolization. What even is it in this day and age?
Yeah. And it was funny that Sony was so upset about the whole Call of Duty thing, and then like all the fans were too. And then when this finally happened, then the crazy Sony fanboys are all like no-shows about this, or they don't want to speak about it. They were the ones who said that this wasn't going to happen, and it could be the other way around. But it's just really funny to me how upset Sony was. I don't like these monopolies at all. I mean, Sony's got a lot of monopolies.
I mean,
Microsoft
sorry.
does, and yeah.
Yes, exactly. I mean, the same thing applies though. I mean, if these guys are really going to support like the in-house properties, like seriously, why can't you just try to make sure or try to petition Guerrilla Games to keep like the Killzone game servers up, like the latest one, Shadowfall, or try to keep that one going? If they're such like big fans of Sony's in-house franchise and the developers that are under them, and not the ones they've acquired like Bungie.
So
I
this article
personally shouldn't. I'll wait to the end. I'm sorry, Mike. Go ahead. I'll wait to the end.
Go ahead, Phil. Go ahead.
No,
Phil. Go
I
ahead.
was just going to say, since they're talking about Xbox and Sony, and Cash said about monopolies, sometimes that goes hand in hand. When Microsoft, Xbox be included in that, lost the HDD to the Blu-ray. Anytime Sony makes a game or put anything, they Xbox or Microsoft has to pay them a fee.
That's true.
Microsoft, Sony does not like the fact, and why there was a big hoopla. Microsoft bought Bethesda, and that was a major acquisition. That wasn't small, that was major. And now they got the acquisition with Activision. I personally think that pushes Microsoft as a company overall. Forget it. You can throw in there about Windows. It pushes them over into the monopoly. Sony is on the edge, but I don't see them where everything you have to do now goes through Sony. Microsoft, on the other hand, my personal opinion, Activision acquiring should never have been allowed by Xbox.
Nope.
No, they
No,
shouldn't.
it's just like Disney being able to acquire all the companies that they've acquired over the years.
Yeah, same
They
thing.
shouldn't have been allowed to acquire Fox.
Same with Discovery. It's the same kind of stuff. There's just
I mean, we haven't had a company that got broken up for being monopoly since probably for some of these people don't even know.
Yeah,
Bell.
There's
Bell.
there's some
Bell
level of
Telecom.
complicated things that even Activision themselves already pretty much had their hands on. Like, but like Vivendi Universal owned the rights to both Crash Bandicoot and Spyro the Dragon. Or no, Spyro was originally under Insomniac Games, so you would think that to this day Spyro would have been firmly still in the hands of Sony, but that was just, I think that might have been some sort of legal loophole. I'm just more concerned about the future of the Crash Bandicoot and Spyro series more than Call of Duty, because again, it's like, but primarily most of Microsoft's biggest heavy hitters on their platform are all shooters: Gears of War, Halo, and now Call of Duty. And now they also have Overwatch as well, because Activision and Blizzard are merged together as well.
Yeah, well, and Spartacus has it right there. They do hide behind the conglomerates.
They did even back in the day, and if people can remember when Skyrim came out. Bethesda had a license agreement with Microsoft. So who got the game first? People on Xbox. Then it was PC, and then it was PlayStation.
Yeah.
And then when they came up with the expansions for it, it was in the same order. I don't see like people fearing on this part that Xbox would say, we won't release an Activision game on a PS5. That won't happen because that's money there. I would think they would have certain titles that they won't do that, but PlayStation also has certain titles that won't let them go over to the Xbox.
Yeah, like for example, back in like earlier in the 8th generation, we had Street Fighter V that was going to be exclusive to PlayStation 4 for a while. I mean, I really, even back then, I didn't understand why you want to have a time exclusive for a third-party company, but then I kind of see, but eventually Xbox was going to get it eventually, and probably a more definitive edition. And I mean, that's perfectly fine, but now that Activisions are happening, all you're doing is fragmenting content and whatnot. That's all you're really doing.
And let's go ahead and get into this article, because we do have another article that does relate to this one. So, as you can see by the headline, Activision has been acquired by Microsoft. And it says, after nearly 2 years, Xbox has finally officially acquired Activision Blizzard. At the start of 2022, Microsoft dropped a massive bombshell by announcing it would be spending just shy of $70 billion to acquire Call of Duty publisher Activision. The acquisition is now the biggest deal in the history of the gaming industry, and will see Microsoft take over huge franchises like World of Warcraft, Overwatch, Call of Duty, and more. Naturally, with that kind of power, a lot of people were skeptical of the nature of the deal. Regulators, politicians, and even gamers all scrutinized the deal, as they feared it would give Microsoft too much of an advantage. I still think it is. I think it is too much of an advantage.
But look at what Sony has. Look at what Sony has.
And all their exclusives.
Too much of an advantage, and they could make games like Call of Duty exclusive to Xbox. Microsoft battled hard over the last year and have even going as far as to make deals with PlayStation, Valve, and Nintendo that confirmed Call of Duty would be available on non-Xbox platforms for years to come. With all that said, after all kinds of hurdles to overcome, Microsoft prevailed. The last remaining regulator, the UK's CMA, approved the deal this week. Once that happened, Microsoft was given the green light to close the deal and welcome Activision under its umbrella. The deal has officially been made, and now Microsoft can largely do as it wishes with Activision. A statement from Xbox and Activision was shared this week following the closing of the deal. For the millions of Fans who love Activision, Blizzard, and King Games, we want you to know that today is a good day to play. Geez, it kind of reminds me of this. Today is a good day to play. Well, for some of us gamers, today will always be a good day for this.
Oh yeah,
because it's what happens here on Pacific 4 and 4. So let me just find the clip. There it is. There it is.
He said, "Today is a good day to die."
It says, "You are at the heart and soul of these franchises, and we are honored to have you as part of our community." Xbox boss Phil Spencer said, "Whether you play on Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, PC, or mobile, you're welcome here and will remain welcome even if Xbox isn't where you play your favorite franchise. Will Call of Duty come to Xbox Game Pass?" As you may expect, Activision games can now be pushed to Xbox Game Pass. This is a bit of a process. Yeah, this is a bit of a process, however. Activision has confirmed it will begin making its games available on Game Pass over the course of the next year, but has also stated Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 will not be available on the service this year. This is a unique situation as all games made by Xbox owned companies are available on Xbox Game Pass on day one. However, there are existing deals with Sony that need to be honored for Call of Duty, and this would also be a massive last minute change to the release plans for what will likely be 2023's biggest release. Again, they have to honor the deals, the contracts that they made with other companies.
They have to
violate those
have to.
contracts. Well, they're liable for a lawsuit.
Yep. One mistake and that's it. Just one mistake and lawsuit. Everything can happen.
What other Activision games will come to Xbox Game Pass? Activision has also said fans shouldn't expect Diablo 4 either, so don't hold your breath on that at the moment. It says Activision has an extensive library of licensed games as well, ranging from the 007 games, Spider-Man games, Tony Hawk, and much more. Given how old some of these games are and the messy nature of licensing, you probably shouldn't expect to see games like Spider-Man Web of Shadows on Xbox Game Pass anytime soon. It could happen, but it may cost Microsoft a pretty penny, as Sony has a good thing going with the Spider-Man games right now. You should probably only count on the original IP from Activision, such as Call of Duty, Crash Bandicoot, Sekiro, Shadow Dice Twice, and that is a difficult game, but I'd still enjoy it. And maybe a few others to come to the service. Now, to continue on with this, and I'll get everybody's thoughts after we read this next article that is related to it. It says Activision Blizzard CEO Bobby Kotick will depart company on January 1st, 2024. This is from WCCF Tech. And let me get the link posted into the chat on Rumble and YouTube so everybody can read along if they choose.
Yep.
So we got it there on YouTube. Let's get it there on Rumble. And there we go. And this article is written by Francesca Di Maio. It was posted on Friday the 13th. And it's, excuse me, sorry about that. Activision Blizzard CEO Bobby Kotick will remain at the company. He took over and turned into the giant, excuse me, sorry again, that it is today until January 1st. He confirmed in a new message shared today on the publisher's official website. In the new message shared to celebrate the company acquisition by Microsoft, which was closed after almost 2 years since it was originally proposed, Bobby Kotick confirmed he will remain at the helm of the company he took over in 1991, together with Brian Kelly, to facilitate the transition. as asked by Phil Spencer. Kotick was one of the most controversial figures in the gaming industry, allegedly long aware of the harassment going on at the company. So his leaving Activision Blizzard is set to be a historic moment for the industry. Goes on to say, I have long said that I am fully committed to helping with the transition. Phil has asked me to stay on as CEO at ABK, reporting to him, and I have agreed that I will do that to the end of 2023. We both look forward to working together on a smooth integration for our teams and players. Brian and I couldn't be more excited for the next chapter for ABK. We now join one of the most successful global companies, poised for unprecedented opportunities to connect to the world. Sorry. Through our games. It also says, as mentioned above, Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard was anything but smooth sailing. You can learn more about what happened in the last 20 months. And if anyone wants the link, I will go ahead and provide the link to the article as far as what went on in case you're unaware. So there's the link for YouTube. Let me give it to all of you over on Rumble. There you go. So, with all this being said, I want to hear thoughts on this Activision Blizzard deal with Microsoft now being completed.
I will say this: it was nothing but rocky with literal federal entities in both Europe and North America trying to like stopgap this whole deal. This was not a smooth deal to go through, regardless of what they would say it is, because some of them really they try to get, because of course some of these people obviously are in bed with these corporations and conglomerates. As regarding to Bobby Kotick, yeah, no, this guy is the absolute worst. I mean, if you had to put him and EA's Andrew Wilson, who's the current head of EA, together in a fight, they would do. I mean, they honestly, I think it'd be basically almost essentially like a pole between your leg measuring contest, to put it lightly, between these two, about how easily they could outscum each other and how much they could easily screw over their own customers. That's basically what it's been. That's basically what it's been like, and just like I could care less about it. I mean, the guy's already rich. The guy's already rich. He's taken packages, and I mean, the guy probably owns maybe several yachts and probably participated in a lot of those things. For all we know, he probably may have been at Epstein's Island. For all we know, there's a lot of things that he could have done that obviously probably is not public knowledge. But again, he's gonna be laughing in retirement, all the way to the bank and all the way to his grave. He's gonna be laughing. He's already done. I said, I've done enough damage to this company. Bye.
See you later. I'll help you with the transition, but the damage has been done, and I do want to welcome the Padawannabe to the panel. How you doing, brother?
Afternoon, everyone.
Hello, Pada.
Hello. Good to see y'all.
Good to see you too, brother. So, Padawannabe, do you have any thoughts on this acquisition?
Do it. Spread it around. I'm also one that's tired of companies buying up more stuff. It'd be different if a good company was buying up stuff and making it better, but we haven't. I don't know if we've ever even seen that in our lifetimes. So yeah, if other people actually want to buy something and do something with it, they want to give you money, man. Just let them do it. Give us a chance to get something back that we want. Now that they really are knocking out this hard copy idea, and I don't like that at all either. Going forward isn't necessarily the right way. Go forward, but don't forget you're leaving a lot of your customers behind. I hope you realize that.
Yeah, but they don't care. They don't care. They obviously, again, every company nowadays, it's been like this for the last several decades.
Yeah.
They're trying to appeal to the younger demographic always.
See, and that's why parents need to be involved in what their children are doing and not promote digital content.
Yeah, and I also want to say, like,
no, but that's another thing. No, parents are helicopter parents, because even then, we live in an age nowadays where just doing the things of taking away your child's phone is considered abuse and it's considered abuse.
Yeah.
Neglect now.
And I also want to say about that department from Bobby there, because back in the day with the whole allegations and stuff that happened with Blizzard, Activision, all that, he was one of the people they wanted to be reassigned or replaced after all of this, because the rumor is that he knew about every dark stuff that happened in the company of harassments and stuff like that. So they've been trying for a long time to actually get him away and replaced.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you mean somebody knew about the secret room in the White House?
Or he knew that he went to Epstein's Island, probably.
Hey, this guy knows a little too much. I think we need to, take care of him. Go put him in the stadium.
So since he goes off, that's actually just a good thing for them that he is stepping off. That is important after everything.
After he's already burnt, after he shredded all the files, and made a lot of people who could potentially bring him down disappear.
Couldn't you say in another respect that's essentially what Bob Iger did when the coup was going on? He looked at Bob Chapek and said, "I'm out of here. This is your problem now."
Deny. That, I have to admit, that's something I'm very kind of tired of hearing from not even politicians anymore. How many times have we seen this kind of same situation happen in every other major elite position? You know what I mean?
True.
This is not
That's
new.
True.
It literally has become a cliche. It's
Yep.
like, this
really
old
has.
story. Why am I not surprised? Unfortunately. But like I've always said before, most of us here are old enough that we were in what we now know and what could very well have been the only huge heyday in this media market. And I still am very happy that I remember that and I got to grow up in that. And it's like, you can't take that from me, man.
Same here.
And we're not remembering, our way was better just because our way is different. Our generation did explode how humans interact and work and everything. So, we were that generation that the parents were saying, don't get too close to the TV, don't do that because you're not learning anything. You can't make money doing that. And we just we didn't say, hey, you know what? F you, I'm going to do it anyway. We said, no, give me a chance. Half the parents gave us a chance.
Yeah.
That's why nerds start wearing tennis shoes. I mean, come on, So I remember back in the day when those guys would get out of their helicopter and they'd have the suit on, but then they'd have like New Balance on. And it's like, oh, something's changing.
And Blazerhawk Darren, thank you for stopping by. I hope your live stream goes well, brother.
Go Seattle. I know that's what he's rooting for.
We grew up very differently back in the 80s and into the 90s, the 70s, 80s, 90s.
And a little bit of the early 2000s. After 2010, everything started going downhill.
And I think that has a lot to do with they just ran out of knowledge on how to use the tools. Because during those 80s and 90s, there was so much content. But there was so much content that if you didn't keep up, you missed out. Yep. It's like, you got to go watch that movie. You can't believe what they did. Every movie, every other year, every TV series was pushing. They've never done that before. I mean, and then you talk to the producers and actors and everything, and they're like, what made you decide to do that? And they're like, we didn't even know we could do it. We just kept going, and it worked out.
One of the best shows ever, Falling Skies.
You know, so it just
that was
you know, ingenuity and imagination and creativity.
Yep.
You know, they really showcased it in like how the old Star Wars and Star Trek stuff. When you see behind the scenes, it's like, wow, dude, these guys really worked hard and compromised and was just a big kind of brain meld. And now it's like somebody has ideas and they're like, okay, everybody do my idea.
Well, you know, even between Deep Space Nine and Babylon 5, it's something that Barron's mentioned when we're doing the Babylon 5 streams. Babylon 5 would go into areas that Star Trek couldn't because of Gene Roddenberry's rules for the Star Trek universe.
Right.
Well, and I, you know, being a fan of Star Trek, I was aware it's like you're getting the military's perspective. You know, they can't really break rank. They can't make little side jokes. We don't get to see enough of them in 10 Forward, you know? So I always understood that was like, it would be very easy to step out of the mold of Star Trek just simply by not having the Federation. But you could still have almost all the same or similar kind of aspects, and it would completely change the landscape of everybody's personality.
Yeah. Does anybody else have anything they want to say about the Activision, Blizzard, Microsoft deal being finalized before we move on to this next article?
I have something that I could say.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Not really.
All right. Well, as far as this Activision stuff, like I said, think of all the gaming companies that have got swallowed up. Lucas Arts.
That's all right.
Company.
BlackRock or Bullfrog.
Yep.
There's way too many to count. Heck,
all these gaming companies, and I can understand it's the big deal is now mergers, but it's hurting. We are now what? We have 3 major gaming companies. You got Sony, you got Xbox, Microsoft, and you got Electronic Arts.
Oh, Nintendo.
And Nintendo.
Yeah, I forgot Nintendo.
Oh, but I'm not sure where. Steam. I'm not sure. Steam really doesn't. Valve doesn't really count. Steam doesn't really count.
They're not going to get rid of all these little independent studios, but these independent studios aren't going to be able to make a game. They can join up with a Microsoft, join up with a EA, and maybe hope get a little, I don't want to say crumbs off the table and help out. But this deal with Activision should have never gone down. It pushed Microsoft over the edge. And regardless if they have deals with Sony, you know, I don't want to see a company have more than 60% of the market.
Yeah,
and for me, it seems like right now, Microsoft and Xbox have 60% of the market. You know, I mean, think about it. In 2000, who were the big companies in gaming? You had.
I'm so glad you brought that up.
And Nintendo. Sega was still hanging on, and one of the big ones was 3DO. 3DO was huge. And then infighting, internal squabbles, and then secret deals destroyed 3DO.
Yeah, and even other companies.
That early 2000s, 3DO was up there, probably next to, if not equal to, Electronic Arts.
3DO was being hyped as the biggest and baddest gaming console of all.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
But seeing it now, I mean, like I said, you might see a game come out that has BioWare's name, but it isn't BioWare.
So glad you're saying these names. That's exactly what, like, I miss when an Activision game came out and you're like, oh, it's going to be good. I want to play it. Like BioWare and Rare and all these other companies. It was like almost every game they put out. You're like, oh, that company put out another game? I got to check it out. Without even knowing what it was.
Yeah, it's like even with BioWare, you know, they made KOTOR and everything too back in the day too, you know. So it's just like we had faith in them at that time.
Well, let's say right now, as big as EA once was, you would put them right now third. You would put them behind, well, even fourth. You would put that behind Microsoft Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, and then EA.
And I can't even say that it's EA being that good. It's probably just numbers because EA gets so many numbers off their sports. It's falling as it's tied in what's going on with sports. Their big hits were the sports games. That's what made EA.
And also because they also signed exclusivity deals with those organizations, like with the NFL and maybe the NBA.
And
or no, NBA signed a deal with 2K.
Yeah.
And Sparta Chris over on Rumble says it's funny that governments will also help out big corporations, but not the small guys. That's absolutely true.
Yeah. Well, look over in the EU. They've been trying more than the United States has on trying to stop Microsoft with the monopoly in Windows. And they still, even though they've been trying, still, here we are, 15 years plus, and they're still unable to stop Windows from Microsoft. As a monopoly. How many, there is other operating systems, but how many systems, when you go buy, looking to buy, don't have Windows on it?
Every PC that you buy nowadays has Windows on it.
Yep.
If that ain't again, but Apple has its own one. But Apple has its own products and OS, but that doesn't count. Anything that's a non-Apple product.
And like I said, when you come to monopoly, especially like Windows and Microsoft, and I'm putting Xbox now under it, you can't do anything with a program unless you go through Microsoft first. That is a monopoly. You know,
well, not only that. Say you do have an external disk drive, whether it be DVD or Blu-ray. Let's specifically focus on the DVD, CD external drives, and you have old games that you used to be able to play on Windows 3.1, Windows 95. You know, any of the early versions of Windows. You can't even play those games on Windows now.
No.
Nope.
And don't forget, Microsoft is the one that's leading on having their systems be disk drive free. I know PlayStation 5 has an option. You have one with and one without.
Yes.
And the reason behind that is, like I said earlier, Sony won the war and Blu-ray beat out HD disk drives and disk games.
Right.
So Sony, in order to get anything put on a disc, every disc game they make, they have to pay a fee to Microsoft. This is their way of getting away from that type of deal. See, if there was any fairness, that was being fair, even though you're benefiting another big giant corporation. So, like I said, I don't like this at all.
I do agree, man.
What's going to happen? You know, I don't want to see what happened in the movie industry where you basically only have two studios. Forget the other one, what's underneath it. There's two studios, Disney and Universal. That's pretty much it. And that Fox deal with Fox, 20th Century Fox, that should never have gone through for Disney. Nope. That should never have gone through.
Never happened.
And a lot of people, if they don't realize this, there's an example. Even if Disney never bought Star Wars, they would have got control of it because they got control of the distribution rights of 20th Century Fox.
Yep, that's true.
So even if George didn't sell, George would still have to make probably unfair deals. Wouldn't benefit him, more benefit Disney. He might have his say. But let's say this. George, you don't do what we like, we're not putting your movie out. It's that simple. So it wouldn't matter if he sold or not. It's sad. So,
yeah,
I like the competition. When you have competition, like I said, in the early 2000s, you had all these different gaming companies making games.
Yep.
It was fair, you know. Now they want to put everything under this umbrella, that umbrella, and you'll see the content. Some of the games. Okay, look at Warner Brothers. They released that Gotham Knights. How it wasn't finished.
No, it wasn't. I mean,
finished.
you've heard from
They
Cash
released
and I
it.
multiple times, even watching our streams of Gotham Knights. You know, we were having issues. The game would crash on us. There was a night where I was streaming the game and it crashed on me 4 times.
Really? 4 times?
I saw that.
There was a game that was released about 3 years ago, and anybody that had an NVIDIA card, I think it was New World, it was killing the game. It was killing the gaming cards.
Oh,
And
yes,
it was
Phil.
There was a
Yes,
script
that's true.
error in
Yeah.
Microsoft that was doing it, but Microsoft didn't reimburse the people's cards that got trashed. And why would they? Because that's making you go buy another video card. Back then, it was kind of cheap, but video cards have gotten back down a little bit, but they're not down at where they were before the coup.
No, still expensive though. Still expensive.
And what was it? An NVIDIA 3090. They were killing them cards, and they were like at sometimes like over $1,500, if not more.
Yep. No, that is
all
true.
because they rushed. Rushed. I have no problem with the game. I don't care who the manufacturer is. If they say July 30th, we're releasing this game. July 30th comes and I have prepaid for it, but they turn around and say, we're going to delay it to August 30th because we have problems and we want to make sure the release is smooth.
Well, that's essentially what EA did with Jedi Survivor. It was supposed to come out, in March, and they said, oh, we're going to delay it till April. The game still had problems.
It still had a lot of problems when they delayed it. They should have just delayed it even more. Just like, we are going to finish it. We are going to do this.
Yeah,
right.
they need to do some more. That's what beta testers are for and stuff.
Yeah. That is what beta testers are for.
Maybe they were waiting for the pre-sales dollars to come in so they could afford to finish it.
Yeah, and I know Shigeru Miyamoto said it himself is that a broken game is eventually good, but a rush game is forever broken, right? Is that how he said it?
Something probably like that.
There's one warning I would ever tell people when it comes to gaming. Just one real quick, and then I'm going to stop. Be wary on games that are supposed to be crowdfunded, and they're supposed to come out, and 9 out of 10, they never do, and you never get your money back.
I remember,
or even if they do come out, Phil. There was a crowdfunded game by one of the people that used to work on the Mega Man games called Mighty Number 9, and that game had so many issues when it came out.
Yeah, it's a mess.
Kenji Inafune worked crowdfunding that personally. Yeah, that was his project. Yeah.
I mean, didn't even HasLabs run into stuff like that with some new models and stuff they were going to come out with? They were crowdfunded and they actually got enough, and then they're like, "Oh, we're not going to do it anyway."
They probably did. I know that Reba lightsaber that they were trying to crowdfund didn't go anywhere.
Well, and I remember there was something about a Rancor too, and I think that
there
one
was,
actually
there was one
enough.
game, and I forget the name. And they had a 3-tier. You could pre-buy $1,000, $500, and $100, and it got to like their goal was to get to about 5 million. Well, they got like 8 million, and the game never came out. Nothing ever happened. I don't want to compare it to Star Citizen because eventually we did get the game, but how long did it take Star Citizen to actually be released?
Well, I mean, it's still
like
an alpha.
Duke Nukem Forever. When that game came out, that game was trash.
Yep, and it was supposed to come out. When was it supposed to come out? Like 2000, I think, like 15 or 14. Yeah. It took like almost 5-6 years before they actually came out with the game.
Alien
They were
Colonial
originally designing Duke Nukem. Sorry, Cash. Duke Nukem Forever to come out on the PS2. Then they were saying, it's going from this company to that company. It was in development hell.
Yeah, and I also want to add this is that, back in the day when I created a game with other people and, we released it, but what we did is that we delayed that game to hell because we wanted to get finished. We wanted to go through every bug, everything that we could find before we ever wanted to release the game on Steam. So we spent a lot of time, we went through all bugs that we could. We had people who did the bug testing and finding all our bugs. So we delayed the game multiple fucking times just to we want this game to be finished as possible. After the release, we probably had 3 glitches or something. But luckily that got fixed up really fast. But we delayed it because we wanted to give people that wanted the game, a good experience when it first comes out,
That reminds me of Gears of War. Because this is a long time ago, and the games were finished when they released them. There was a few download contents and things that came out after. But Cliff Bleszinski would actually play online with just random people. And as the kind of cheats would come up, because there was things, if you ever played Gears of War, you had a shield. If you put the shield down backwards, the enemy couldn't get through it for whatever reason. But because he would play, he would see them doing this, and they would fix it. They're like, oh, that's silly, that's not fair. And he was finding out, GTA also had problems like this where they could shoot through certain walls. And Gears of War had this thing, if you dove at the player, you got a split-second advantage on how soon you could shoot. So they figured that stuff out, and it's we'll fix that and make it fair for everybody. They took away spawn killing because they were you can't get killed within the first 10 seconds of spawning. And it's that's what they should be doing, improving the game, not finishing it. But even if they are finishing it, stay active, get it done, do it right.
Yeah, I know the one thing that we used to do sometimes is that we gave the game to people who were streaming and stuff like that, so they could test out the game, and if they also found something, they will tell us and stuff. And another friend of mine too, he was we were streaming on his channel to show the game, and if you find bugs on the stream, then it's oh, we found a bug right in the stream, now we can write it down, and we have that in the mind to fix later on. And we did a lot of stuff like that when we were gonna.
Even before the streaming, everybody wanted to be that test gamer, especially after Grandma's Boy came out, and that was the guy's job. It's oh my God, you can get paid to play video games, So that was everybody's dream job, and that was definitely in the time when they were saying you can't make money doing that.
So does anybody have anything else they'd like to add before we start talking about Cyberpunk 2077?
No. Do better.
Okay. That's right. Do better. That's right, everyone.
Do better.
Do better.
I'm the best.
Angry Norwegian will come after
I'm the bestest of the best.
The best of the best.
Yeah, you don't want an angry Norwegian after you.
I'm gooder than everybody.
Wait a minute.
Gooder?
Jace, aren't you always angry?
I make up words. I'm the master of words.
Me, I'm always angry, I'm always angry.
You can get a
Norwegian Incredible Hulk. Always angry.
Always angry. Incredible Hulk. Well, you know what? I don't turn green, I just turn my picture, full black metal makeup. That's how I turn when I get mad, that's my power.
So we have this article from WCCF Tech. It says Cyberpunk 2077 used AI to recreate voice of deceased voice actor with family's permission. At least they got the family's permission. Yeah, me too.
Yeah. I will say they did a good thing here. A good thing. And respecting the guy and even the family, they said it was okay. So they put AI into good use and not misusing it like, Disney has been doing with Vader and other stuff like that. This is more of a respectful way to do it. And I really adore them for doing that because I think, okay, that's actually pretty nice of them to do. And the family was like, okay, we want you to do that. We want you to like give respect to him. So I approve this. I really think this was a really sweet thing to do.
And I have a quick question. I haven't played this game. I probably won't. And I don't know how many of you have. And I don't know if this
Not
will be
yet,
covered in
but I
this
will.
article. But how big of a character was this in game? Was it like a main character or was it?
I'm not sure. Let's get into the
Okay.
article and
Yeah, I just wasn't
find
sure
out.
if the article would say it. Thanks.
Not a problem. So it says that this article it was posted on the 13th. It's also by Francesca Di Mayo, and it says Cyberpunk 2077 developer CD Projekt Red used AI to recreate the voice of deceased Polish actor
Rest in
for
peace to the guy, at least.
for the Phantom Liberty expansion, a new report revealed. Bloomberg confirmed yesterday, sorry, that the developer used artificial intelligence to recreate the voice of deceased Polish actor. Oh gosh, Milagos. I'm not even going to try it. I'm not even going to try it. I'm going to end up butchering it. And I don't want to do that. But the actor for Phantom Liberty,
I can't do it myself.
the Polish developer had the option to replace the voice actor entirely, revoicing his character in the base game, but ultimately decided against it as it says that the actor was one of the best Polish voice talents, and his performance as Victor Vector was considered stellar. Instead of replacing the actor entirely, CD Projekt Red had another voice actor record the new lines for the character, then used a software called Respeecher to create an algorithm that changed the new voice actor's voice to sound like that of the original actor. The whole process received approval from the deceased family, and that's very good. Always get the family's permission. Given how much Cyberpunk 2077 deals with themes like the use of AI, what CD Projekt Red did sounds rather appropriate. It was also an excellent way to celebrate the deceased voice actor and the legacy he left behind. Indeed. But a better way to honor the man than to say, no, we're going to still use his voice. We're just going to have someone else record the lines.
Yeah, and I did a little search on this guy, and he's done a lot of stuff. Everything from Mafia 3 to SWAT Tour to Dragon Age to so on. Even Ninja Gaiden 3, Call of Duty Black Ops, Dota, Mirror's Edge. So he's done a lot of stuff. It's really incredible of a lot of the things that he has done. It's really sad that he passed away, though.
Yeah. But this shows ultimate respect to the person, the man.
Yep.
Was there, even though the family approved and everything, did they get a financial benefit from it? You know,
Let's see if it says anything about it in the article. It may not, but they could have said, okay, if you're going to use his voice, then we want some compensation. It says Cyberpunk 2077 and its expansion Phantom Liberty are now available on PC, PS5, Xbox Series X, and S worldwide. You can learn more about the expansion by checking out a review. It also says Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty builds upon what was an already great game to deliver more fantastic storytelling with a spy thriller theme this time around, exciting combat, and very high quality side content. The perk tree overhaul is a major improvement to progression and additions, like vehicle combat and the overhauled police system are very welcome, albeit not game changing. If you've been holding out on Cyberpunk 2077 until now, You'll find a huge game with over 120 hours of quality content and an incredibly immersive game world to literally lose yourself in. On top of that, it's by far the most beautiful and technically advanced available if you have the hardware for it, PC and RTX 40 GPU. So it doesn't say whether his family is going to receive royalties, but that could be information that's disclosed only between the family and the company. I would hope they receive some sort of
I think
royalties
they
from the
probably
game.
have.
Something, because I know that part of this last strike what they had with actors, I guess voice actors fall underneath that. There are actors. Is the topic of AI, or in this case, getting another voice actor that sounds close to the previous one that died. I have no problem with that. That happens. Even with regular actors, look at what happened to Richard Harris and Harry Potter. Did they have to pay Richard Harris' family anything since he died for get another actor? No, they really don't have to do that. But it was nice that they asked who they thought should be replacing him. Two of them. One was the guy who played in I can't think of his name. The one who played Gandalf.
Ian McKellen.
And he said, no, I already play a wizard. And I think was it Timothy Leary? I can't think of the guy. He was in a lot of movies, a British actor. But unfortunately, he died not too long after Richard Harris. Peter O'Toole. That's who they wanted. And Peter O'Toole just couldn't do it, not because of the character, but because he was a good friend with Richard Harris. And he said, I just can't take his role. I can't do that. But I'm happy who they got. But it would be nice to know that something in some way the family did get something because the guy created the role. It's one of them things a company doesn't have to do, but it would be nice if they do. So I would be more inclined in saying if they decided to take that voice of that actor and try to put him in another game without the family's permission. And, because like I said, the AI it's big now and starting to be controversial. Would you want to hear some voice actor or an AI of John Wayne in the game? Sure, if we're doing a Western, but if they didn't get the family to give permission, no, I wouldn't want to hear it. So,
I get you, Phil.
It's iffy, and it's a very controversial. 50 years from now, who knows? There might be a whole video animated thing where we can get John Wayne back. Will the family at that time would it be approved of it, and would they get anything for it? Or, since it's been so many years, is there some part where they say, okay, whatever financial entitlement they're entitled to, is it considered, what did they call it after so many years? General content to the public.
And even Sparta Chris over on Rumble is saying they can make actors who passed away, in the example of, let's look at Rogue One.
That's a good example.
I wouldn't want to see I didn't watch Ahsoka. I know Ray Stevens. I like him as an actor, played in there. I wouldn't want to see them, if they did another season, have Ray Stevens be CGI'd and
and you just have a body double, and you just do a deep fake of his face. And
I would prefer I would prefer if they're going to keep that character alive and going. Their probably best bet is to
recast him with someone who looks similar,
but don't have to be exactly. Don't have to be exactly. The guy that did not Gandalf,
just similar enough for the character.
Just good with the character, like the guy that played Richard Harris on Harry Potter. to play Dumbledore. He doesn't have to do it the same way Richard Harris did it, but he can do it his way, but still
keep in line with the character.
There you go. There you go. You know, but people unfortunately do die. You know, what can we say?
Yeah.
Like I've seen a lot of actors who looks really similar to the character. I think if they could have probably done a good job, if they get good writing.
And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Blazerhawk Darren to the stream.
Hail to Blazer!
What's up? What's up, man? I live streamed that whole game it was a good game.
It was a good game.
Yeah, Cincinnati won. Sadly, their defense was good at the very end. Mama Bear is going to be happy for this.
That's good.
But no, I've never done anything like that before. It's like this is the first time I ever did a 3-hour live stream.
No, it's always fun to do the first time, dude.
Oh yeah.
And how do you feel about it after doing a 3-hour live stream?
It was good. It was a good feeling. It's like I don't get those many opportunities, so it's like I wanted to take advantage of that, and it's like not too often I can watch do a live stream while the game's being played. So it was fun, and I got to it's like share some history on Seattle and how they came about, and some of their legendary players like Jim Zorn and Steve Largent.
Very nice, very nice. And we do have our final article for this afternoon's edition of PACIFIC414 Pop Talk on this Sunday. And that article is this one from Batman the Comics. Leaked descriptions of Superman Legacy concept art allegedly provides details for Brainiac, Jor-El, Jimmy Olsen, and Supersuit with tights. I don't have any confidence in James Gunn. I don't.
Me neither. Again, he says so many things. I feel like he doesn't know what he wants to do with this universe. He's forth and back, lying a lot. I just, the whole thing with, I'm not going to have any of the characters from the other DC universe, but I'm still going to keep Peacemaker, Amanda Waller, and Blue Beetle, but they're still not part of the continuity, but they're still kind of part of the continuity. So we don't really know what he is really doing. It's all over the place with this guy.
That's the thing, I'm sorry, but his take on Batman in '89 it's a bad take.
Oh, that was stupid. How can you not be a fan of that?
So this article was written by J.B. Augustine and posted on Friday the 13th. And it says link descriptions. Of course, I already read that. But the article goes on to say there have been a few leaks purporting to know a thing or two about Superman Legacy, but there haven't been many that can be considered credible. It's the internet. Well, yeah, you should always take things with a grain of salt. That's why a rumor is called a rumor. There's no credibility.
Yes, you take it with a grain of salt.
Anyone can post anything anonymously without proof or receipts and get people talking. Over time, that chatter can become gospel, and it goes on to say that has an assumed ethereal veracity, especially when it comes from X or Reddit.
Yep. Sometimes it's true, sometimes it's not.
Which is why I'm very careful when we're talking about articles. I don't want to talk about an article that's clickbait. That's something I've learned doing Pop Talk.
That's why I like to, if there's certain stuff, I like to do some research before the stream just to see what people have said and see the leaks and see if I can find pictures, videos, whatever from quote unquote the leaks and stuff like that, and see if there is any evidence of is the leak really real or is it fake? You know what I mean?
Who's trying to, just throw a rumor out there and see who's going to take the bait.
Yep. The funny thing is, with Star Wars, a lot of the leaks were real with a lot of it, unfortunately.
And more recently, what I saw earlier today on courtesy of Clownfish TV about the whole, like one article they displayed was about Ghostbusters 2016, saying we understand it more than understands Ghostbusters more than Afterlife does. Like, yeah, that's definitely the definition of a clickbait article.
So it says half the time, if not more, claims get debunked and forgotten. Though this doesn't always happen wholesale. Occasionally, the bulk of a rumor gets thrown out while a nugget of truth remains. We have to wait and see if this new set of rumors we heard about bears a nugget or two of truth, but Reddit mods vouch for their quality. I'm giving that a hard no. Here, I'm just gonna play this clip to go along with it. Anything I see on Reddit, I go,
How about no?
until I see something factual.
Yep.
There's a user on there that says they have seen some Superman Legacy concept art up close, and there was a lot to unpack regarding possible characters and casting for the film. I've seen and personally worked on some concept art since we last spoke. And it says who likes animations is the Reddit user. They went on to say that what they've seen includes Jor-El, Jimmy Olsen, and the Brainiac. Well, anybody can say, "Oh, I've seen this. I've seen that," and they haven't actually set their eyes on the actual thing, just because they want people to click on it.
Click on it, make people talk, and all that, and just all that kind of bullshit.
Get it into the conscious mind.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jor-El, he's drawn as being tall, and I mean really tall, like above 7 feet at least. His costume is sort of a mix between armor and fabric, with the armor bits being like a baby blue and the fabric being a crystal league white, the user explains. He has a blue house of L crest on his chest, which glows kind of like an LED. The post then teases an idea James Gunn might have for who he wants to play Superman's dad. And here's the fun part. It says, take this with a grain of salt. Well, you should take any rumor with a grain of salt, especially when you're reading the baseball rumor.
I think Russell Crowe did a good job playing Jor-El in Man of Steel.
Well, if Kurt Russell's playing Jor-El, all he needs to say is this. We don't need Superman. We don't need Clark Kent. All we need is this.
You tell him I'm coming, and hell's coming with me, you hear? Hell's coming with me!
I don't know if Kurt Russell would ever do a DC movie as much as he's been so long and tied with Disney.
Marvel, yes, exactly. I mean, we already know he's the commander in Sky High, and he played Ego.
And there's also something I just remembered is that with this movie, again, with James Gunn saying that he's not gonna have, the other stuff that happened before is no canon, but he's still, when he talked about this, he was still gonna have Amanda Waller in the movie.
Yeah, Viola Davis is Amanda Waller.
Yes.
Yeah.
And she is from the other DC universe. So, James Gunn, what are you trying to tell us? What are you trying to do, man?
But
he doesn't know what he's trying to do.
No, that's the thing.
Yeah, but James Gunn already made something that's. I mean, what I think was a good subversion of Superman was Brightburn. That was a good movie. It was a good subversion of Superman.
I don't know if DC's in a position right now with everything they've been doing over maybe the last 10 years that they can come out, do another Superman, and it flops. And I think he could be in a lot of trouble because even if it was a bad Superman, having Henry Cavill as Superman would still bring enough into that the movie would at least break even. He has that pull. Women love him. So
yeah. Well, you know what it did was just we were gonna fire Henry Cavill and we were gonna get a look-alike of Henry Cavill.
Which I don't know how that's going to play.
Look-alike is cheaper. They don't want to pay what they would have to pay Henry Cavill.
Yeah, but I don't know what they would have to do, because if, let's just say, what was the last movie they did? Was that last movie that we knew was going to bomb? You know,
Blue Beetle?
nothing against the actors, minus the one I ain't going to give his name out. But nothing against the actors in that movie. That movie was doomed. That was doomed, because you already told people that anybody that was associated with any of the movies that were previously, you know, the Wonder Woman, the Aquaman, all them actors that were doing that with what's his name, Snyder, before he got out.
Yeah, Zack Snyder.
You're pretty much saying that's the last hurrah. So, but we still don't have word on if you know who got fired yet or not. But as we know today,
probably never will. That's
probably
the thing.
never
Never will.
It's a miracle that he got to keep playing his part and the other actors did not. That's funny. But if you know, to me, if Gunn was to say, if he came out in the very beginning and said, I am recasting all the superheroes, I would be fine with that. I'm not fine that they went to Henry Cavill, gave him all the hype to get the hype, to him to come and say, oh, he's coming back, and then a month later say,
he's gone.
No, he's not.
Yeah, and first, James Gunn blamed it on age, and then he tried to go back on it when someone called him out on it. Oh, it's not because of the age. Yeah, it was so much that he said about that whole thing, and that was really ridiculous.
Well, even with Henry Cavill's age, with the de-aging technology that they use over and over again,
but you don't need to de-age him either. If they made a Man of Steel 2, you didn't, because we will have a fully established Superman. And this movie that we're getting now is, James Gunn said it's not going to be an origin story, but it's going to be a halfway origin story either way.
I was going to say, it sure sounds like an origin story to me.
And the actor who plays Superman, he's, I think, 30 now or something. So he's, not that young. Henry Cavill was not that old when he first played Superman either.
Christopher Reeve wasn't that young when unfortunately, he had the accident, but he wasn't that young when he was doing Superman.
So again, now we're getting a Superman who's not established in that kind of sense, and we're gonna have quote unquote halfway origin story again. And not just that, he did recast Superman, and of course he's gonna recast Batman with his Batman movie. And who's the creator? Who's the director for the Batman movie? That's the Flash director who created the Flash movie. He's gonna be the one who runs the Batman movie.
Well, if that's the rate that DC is going under Discovery, then Discovery's doing no better than what that was already been run to the ground. I don't want to say stick and fork in DC, but it's almost at the Doctor Who level. So
it's getting there more and more.
It's sad. It's sad. Now, don't get me wrong. DC does have a problem because most of their characters' style is older than Marvel. You have to remember, some of them characters were made in the 30s and 40s. Do they need a revamp? Yeah. Superman could use a new uniform, but the colors should never be changed. Should be blue, red, and yellow. End of story. Now, they can redesign the outfit all they want, but I'll be like saying we want to see a green suited Batman. No.
That would have been.
They need to leave the suits alone.
What is it? What is he joining the Green Lantern Corps?
Yeah. No, the sense I want to say to James Gunn, if when he was taking over, the one thing I would have said to him, dude, just recreate the whole universe, everything. That means no old actors. That means no Amanda Waller, that actress, or Aquaman, or anyone. Just recreate create the whole universe, start from the scratch of the universe, and try to create something that we will like, make a great story for a lot of us. And we want to see an established grown-up Superman who is the hopeful yada yada character that a lot of people have grown up with. Me personally, I like, when Superman goes dark, but I like the mix of it, It can go a little dark and also be light and hope. And that's what I hoped for when when they talked about Man of Steel 2. We were going to get more hopeful, more hopeful Superman and all that kind of stuff, because we already had the more gritty story of things that he has experienced, yada yada. And it would have been great to see him in the more established, heroic Superman that we all have grown up with, if you know what I mean. But
yeah, but they derailed it. They completely
Yep.
derailed it with Batman v Superman.
I love that movie.
Jace, I'm not a fan of it. I don't know if we can talk now.
The ultimate cut is amazing. I love it, dude.
I'll have to check it out. Maybe if I watch the ultimate cut, my views on the movie will change.
For me, the first time I saw it, the original version in cinema, I loved it at once. But that's because I love Zack Snyder's style, and I know he based a lot of it on Injustice and Dark Knight. More of the darker stories. And I really enjoy those darker stories. They're some of my favorite stories. So that's why I liked it and loved those stories. And I had a feeling that later on, if we got Superman back, we would have gotten more of a light and hopeful Superman after all the dark stuff that have happened. But we will never know what would have happened. So because James Gunn doesn't know what he's doing. He's just and again, people, a lot of people think Zack Snyder likes it R-rated. I'm just gonna say it like this: if James Gunn really gets a lot of free will, we know that he would love to do it even more R-rated than Zack Snyder.
Mm-hmm.
That's also one of the things I'm afraid of.
Yeah. And this article continues as we go into this article and questioning whether everything's real or, there's any small little smudge of the truth. I don't think so. I know that seems pessimistic of me, but I really don't think so. It says, next to fun Brainiac tease is offered. He is rumored, though unconfirmed, for Legacy, but who likes animation says, I've seen concept art for what appears to be Brainiac, a Brainiac drone. Now, this doesn't outright confirm that Brainiac is in the movie. Well, then why are you even talking about it? Because he's trying to get people to go, oh, Brainiac's going to be in it.
Yeah, no, that sounds really weird. It's just like, are you going to have Lex Luthor, Brainiac, and other villains? Are you going to have many villains? Is that what they're trying to say here?
And if that's the route they're going, I'm already saying I'm out. I'm not watching. I'm tired of these superhero movies where they have more than one villain in the movie.
I would love to just see one main villain through the whole story in the first movie.
When some movies never get made, but they start the process. They have what you call treatment, and is this really something they were going to use in a movie? You'll never know.
Mm-hmm.
We won't know unless they come out with a defining book that says, okay, this was what was going to be the Superman movie. Only thing I would say, they wouldn't waste money on development to make something, even if that's a CGI image there that's real. They wouldn't waste money on it.
Mm-mm.
If it's theirs, it might not be theirs. It might not be Warner Brothers at all. It could be somebody, they took it from somewhere else. But if it is legit, let's be honest. When we were told they were going to have Henry Cavill back, I don't see them not doing something. And I would say that probably were in talks even before the official Henry Cavill's back as Superman. Personally, we have no proof on anything. I think after he came back, what the problem was negotiating a salary, and maybe Henry Cavill outpriced himself out of the job. We'll never
And
know. We'll never know.
We won't. And Sparta Chris over on Rumble says dark, dystopian, and depressing is becoming annoying. It's time to get back to the golden age or the silver age of heroes. It is. Let's give us the bright, optimistic, hopeful heroes that we
need
used to
that
get,
now. We've had so
especially
much.
with what's going on in the world right now.
Yeah, and it's like, yes, I love, dark superhero stories, but it is time to like let that go for a while because we've had too many dark stories now. Even Marvel, MCU is trying to do with certain series and other stuff. They also try to go more of the dark route with the stories and all that kind of stuff, if you know what I mean. It is time to get more of the lightness of the stories and more hopeful stories too now, because we've had it's weird for me as a person who loves dark stories of superheroes, but there is time to have more of the golden age and silver age of superheroes.
And honestly, guys, I'm not going to read any more of this article with all this rumor and speculation because we have no firm, concrete foundation to go by with any of these so-called
it's just
concept
talk.
sketches. And
if it was real, I would love to see it. I would love to see it.
And, yeah, I would love to see it too. And with that being said, let me highlight this comment from Pop Culture Mechanic. Agreed. Back to the golden and silver age. Grimdark is overdone and depressing. Let's have hope again. Exactly. It's been since 2001. What have we gotten? Dark and depressing. Dark and depressing. Dark and depressing. It's time for us to come back into the light. Don't you think?
Yep, that's what I said. I think they should go more back to the golden silver age right now.
I personally would say yes, but also I want to at least change the lighting up to make you show that the villains are actually evil and not make them like
misunderstood and all the other crap they're doing right now. We need a real villain.
Make the villains actually like menacing to deal with. That they are something that.
That's why the only DC movie made in the last 5 years that was any good was the Joker. That was it.
5 years. Okay.
Yeah, last 5 years.
The first Wonder Woman movie was quite good, but yeah,
it was good. But I still think Joker's better.
Yeah, Joker surprised me.
And he's played as he should be played. Everything that happened in that movie, and they could have been it's considered dark. That's how the Joker should be. That's how the Joker should be. Dark. He's a villain. He's a psychopath.
Yep. But a lot of crazy people out there said, "Oh, I relate to the Joker movie. I relate."
No, you are being
a lot of people like that.
Yeah, every teenage it says every teenage edgelord ever.
Yep.
But this modern thing of there's not a good, there's not bad, there's gray. Well, yeah, gray in our real world is there, but in movies we don't need a gray area. We're coming there to feel good, right? We want to see the good guy,
a good villain who is not misunderstood. Just like a good written villain that you can be like, oh shit, this villain is evil. This is
the guy you really want the good guys to stop.
You get a Star Wars trilogy, like the original trilogy. You walk out of a New Hope, but it wasn't called New Hope when I seen it. But
Star Wars.
You come out after the Death Star has been destroyed. You're like, yes, you feel good.
Exactly.
You go into Empire. You go into Empire, and you walk out, and you're feeling everything is dark and questionable in the air.
Yeah,
everything's left up in the air.
But when you get into Return of the Jedi, even though you already know that was going to be the final film for that trilogy or Star Wars at that time,
you had that sense of hope again.
Return of the Jedi, the movie, and trying to forget that song, but the Ewoks were doing, but you were still walking out feeling good. It deserved to be replaced, but
no. Justice for Yub Nub. Justice for Yub Nub.
No,
but like I said,
you You have to have something to feel good.
But it's
And
Return of Hope, basically, with Return of the
Yes,
Jedi.
it is.
You're
Yeah,
returning to hope
exactly.
and hopefulness. Like the good guys won,
Yes.
and they defeated the evil.
I mean, and you see the flip when you go into when he did the prequels. You got a little bit of the New Hope version and Phantom Menace. The second one, it wasn't dark or good to feel, but it was okay. You knew there was something to be completed. But in the third one, which I think was one of the best Star Wars after Empire, the Revenge of the Sith, that was dark Star Wars. But it had to be dark because you don't create a villain without becoming dark.
Yes, exactly. Again, both trilogies are about Anakin, his rise, his fall, and his period as the villain and his redemption. That's what. Heck, I got into a sort of thing on Instagram about that earlier. It's some silly post about Myers-Briggs personality types. One of them had like Darth Vader there, and I said, yeah, Darth Vader would never act like that. And the whole point is that he's supposed to be a villain. He's a tragic character. And this person obviously is so naive, thinking that, Vader doing silly little things with some anime girl character. It's just like, no. But look, in the terms of villains, if you're gonna make a villain who's like gleefully evil, snide, and just like, guy who does evil things with a smile on his face, yeah, even you can make that work. And not just hold this whole I'm evil and I'm doing this for the greater good. No, I'm just a guy who is likely to just shake your hand, but I'm also happy to put a bullet in your skull too, and I'll do it with a smile on my face.
Well, that's what you want in a villain who doesn't care. He's gonna do what he wants, or she's gonna do what she wants, and
yeah, and we already
it's
know
up to your hero or heroes to stop them.
Yeah, and we already know that, how wings are. Yeah, we can't have female villains be actually truly evil. We want. They'll say, "Oh, they are just misunderstood." It's just like, no. If a woman is going around, if she's actually attractive and she's a femme fatale type, and she gleefully will kill somebody without question or remorse, she is a straight up villain. But of course, there obviously are people that will cheer for a villain, because I would often think of a person that's like that, and they enjoy a character who's like that and actually will root for them to win, they're probably just like them. Or they would if they were in that same situation, they would be like that. They are just as much villains like they are.
Think about it this way. Sometimes when you're watching a movie, if you have a real good villain, it's fun to root for the villain. You know the outcome's going to be that the villain's going to lose, but it's still fun to root for them as they go along.
Yeah, and that's true. And that's kind of somewhat what I'm trying to do with some of the villains. With one of the villains I'm creating. He's charismatic and caring. And the thing is, like, all the villain characters in my superhero story, it's kind of like when I kind of go further in with the next two stories, is that they're like both my hero characters and my villain characters are basically like mirror opposites to each other. They operate and are loyal to each other. They're like a tight-knit family in a way.
And I wanted to say, like, one of my favorite villain characters of all time from a comic is Nemesis from the comic Nemesis. Because what's so really fascinating about him is that nobody knows who he is under the mask. He's evil as fuck. And the reason he is evil, well, that's because he's just bored.
And
he's
Mike,
just pure evil.
Oh, sorry.
No,
I was
no
just
problem.
going to say, to relate it to something, well, we can all probably relate to this a little bit, but Mike, especially, and granted, it's not what it used to be, but that's the whole wrestling heel babyface.
Mm-hmm.
You want to root for the bad guy sometimes. People love rooting for the bad guy sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
If it's a
that's
good,
true.
bad character, and there can be turmoil and they can change their mind and make decisions. But it really comes down to the writing and a performance, obviously. And then, of course, you had the ultimate evil in Vince, like he can never be turned, like the Emperor, But it's a formula, It's a simple formula, granted, but it is a reality no matter how sci-fi or fantasy or anything you make it. It's good versus evil. We all have that every day. Should I do this? Should I not do this? Should I hurt this person? Should I forgive this person? Should I let it be? Should I get involved? It's really, and if it's written normally it doesn't even have to be spectacular. Thousands,
Well,
millions of people will relate to this on some level.
How many times watching wrestling 25 years ago did you jump out of your seat when Stone Cold came out and started walking down the aisle and into the ring to whoop some ass?
Yep.
How about when people were putting the four fingers up when the four horsemen were around?
I mean,
they were not supposed to ever be anything but a group of four. You want to call them bad guys, but okay, bad guys. We'll use that term. They were bad. They were supposed to do what they were supposed to do. You couldn't have, I know a lot of people are WWE or F fans, but you couldn't have the Four Horsemen, and you couldn't have Sting and Dusty Rhodes and that group without the Four Horsemen. That was a perfect thing. The WWE tried to copy that. Well, you know what they were doing when they did Evolution. That was supposed to be Four Horsemen.
Yeah.
Right? Modern version of Four Horsemen. And you couldn't have that version of Evolution, as great as that was for the WWE, and them not push over. But you have to admit, when Evolution came about, they were more popular.
They were. And I think it was a smart move by WWE to include Ric Flair in that group.
That was perfect, But look now, you could still have Randy Orton. Batista is in movies. You never know if he comes back to wrestling or not. But that pushed so many things over the top. And when you have a big character, you couldn't have a Luke Skywalker without Darth Vader. And you have to admit, Darth Vader is a more popular character.
No, and even though Khan only appeared in one episode of the original series, when you see Khan in the Wrath of Khan, and keep in mind William Shatner and Ricardo Montalban never had a single scene together during the whole film of that movie, but they made it work.
They did. And let's make sure that we're talking about the original Khan, not that.
I'm not talking about Into Darkness. No.
Even though I like Cumberbatch and everything and Pine, but that should never have been touched.
TOS timeline.
But I mean, the Wrath of Khan, that is the best Star Trek. I don't care, TV, any movie, that is the best. That
was my favorite.
How many people can still say to this day, when you see the Enterprise limping away and you're hearing Ricardo Montalban laying every curse that he could say because he's going to die.
For hate's sake, I stab at thee.
That was brilliant lines.
And quoting Shakespeare, making it work.
Yeah, well, the funny thing is they tried to do that again with Christopher Plummer. But he also did it quite well.
Yes.
And what was it? Star Trek 5.
But they did it too.
You've got to have the balance of a good villain, and I mean pure villain. I don't want to hear gray area or something tragic happened to him to make him bad. I want the Joker style bad. He's bad because he's bad. There's no other reason for it. And he's not giving you any excuses of why he's bad.
Yes, I fully agree that there are tiers of heroes and tiers of villains. And, certain ones deal with certain ones for reasons. That's how a lot of those stories were wrote. It's like, well, why don't you ever see these with these people? And it's like, because they can't deal with it. They have their own things that the higher ups go, okay, the lessers can take care of these people. And then you always have like your rogue characters, good or bad, and that's just that's what creates the chaos. It's like, even though you have your big baddies, you can't ever really stop. There is no vacation.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there are a couple of characters that start off as villains, but they more or less go rogue in a way. And now they're out to take out both.
What Gunn needs to do is sit down ask for every copy of the cartoon version of the Super Friends and see how every villain had the equivalent of a superhero and vice versa.
Well, that's the Legion of Doom.
Yeah,
that's
the Legion
basically
of Doom.
what
But
that was. It's like you got each piece has a counterpiece.
Apache there was the lady, I forgot her name. She plays a villain in 1984, with the one that they fight at the end. Can't Cheetah or whatever her name is, Cheetah.
Oh,
yeah, you had that opposite. Yeah. Okay, Batman, and you had the Joker. Now, there's other villains that Batman dealt with, but you would have to say, as much as Batman is, the Joker's the opposite. Now, there
exactly, because Joker was exactly what you said, the total opposite. Mm-hmm. He was the perfect enemy for Batman. It's like, oh, you won't do what you need to do, so I'm going to push the buttons for as long as I can. And you're not going to like the buttons I push, but I'm going to push them.
And Sparta Chris over on Rumble says, good bad guy makes the hero even better. Even a bad guy who has a tragic past, but they still have a choice to make. They choose to be a villain.
Well, and that's the overcome. You're not a hero unless there's some obstacle that you have to overcome that you might not have normally even experienced. Somebody's like the pushing the buttons. It's like, let's see how far you go.
I mean, look, you can have a sympathetic character that's insane or crazy if it's not the end, if it's like the whole world, if like the end of the world, the whole world is not at stake.
That's why I love characters like Lex Luthor, because he's like, oh yes, I'm doing the better for humanity, but it's always about him.
See the difference though. You have a Joker villain that's out to destroy everything and anything,
right?
And you have Lex Luthor, where Lex Luthor isn't trying to destroy the world.
Oh, and I wanted to go.
Trying to do it. He's just trying to make it so he can put himself on top, try to maneuver around everything.
There's a difference between burning the world and trying to change the world.
And we can kind of loop this back on the conversation we had we don't really want a sympathetic villain. We don't want an emotional villain. Why can't they just have an imbalance?
Yeah, exactly.
They snap for a reason, not just because I'm a normal person, society pushed me over. Those people come back. They realize that they did wrong. These villains have no remorse, and that's what they need.
And that's definitely what another character I'm writing is like. He lost everything in his life. He snaps, and it takes one of my characters to pretty much just tell him, yeah, you've done something horrible, and now you have nothing left. And he's like, you're right, I really do have nothing.
Go ahead, Cash.
When you have a villain and then you have a hero and they have to work together because they're trying to stop somebody else, and then they come to the realization that, look, we'll work on this one time, but then we're enemies again. I love that stuff. We don't see that anymore.
Oh, I already kind of have that set up for the final story, where but it's more or less with these two anti-villain rogue characters. They don't like. They work for the villains for a bit, but then they get burned by the villains. They are left to wither on the vine, so to speak. And now, they screwed us over. We're gonna if we work together, we're gonna take them both down.
Right, or that whole thing about that one of them is going to die and then the other one saves them. It's like, why would you save me? I've tried to kill you or this and that. It's like, well, I just felt like it was the right thing to do. But, once we're out of here, then things are going to change again. I love that kind of stuff. And where is that kind of writing now? Because they don't care, I guess. And this whole thing about misunderstood villains from Corella, it's crazy to me.
I hate that.
I don't get it.
Don't ever tell me there's a Transformers story that says that Megatron is misunderstood. No, Megatron sought power and control of the universe.
When you look at some of especially Batman, because most of his villains are popular.
Yes.
Yeah. So you look at Mr. Freeze. He's doing what he does because his wife is sick and he's trying to save her. But the thing is, what people don't get, that ain't gray area. He's doing whatever it takes for his own benefit because he can't let his wife go. That makes him a villain incarnate. because
yes,
to do that, even though he does have a motive and it might be a little okay, the process of the motive, he's doing whatever it takes. If he has to kill somebody to do it, that's evil.
Yeah,
right there.
Yeah, again,
that's not going to.
And again, I love what T-Gap Steve said. I love that because best example of that I can think of is Blade. Yeah, even Blade knows that. Yeah, once he has to team up with the Blood Pack, basically team up with the very people he swore to destroy, and they were hunting him, and they were going to hunt him, but they got to hunt forgot what they're called. Oh yeah, the Reaper vampires. They say, oh yeah, we'll work with them, but yeah, we know they're gonna screw us over the first chance they get.
Mm-hmm. And Blazerhawk Darren, is there anything you'd like to add to this, or Brandon?
Not much to this, but it's like the policies that with the villains, like they're talking about with, like the Joker,
Yeah.
Quick question though, who's your favorite Joker? Mine is Jack Nicholson's Joker.
How could you go wrong with Jack Nicholson?
He's
Where
very
does he
good.
get those wonderful
That's
tools?
good.
I'm with Heath Ledger though for me, but on screen.
I have to keep them separate.
A bat in the hose with two in the building.
I have to keep them separate because I think Jack Nicholson, but I think that Batman series, those first two, is very comic book Batman. Even the architecture and everything, it's like, oh, that's Batman, what we're familiar with. Now, I think The Dark Knight did good bringing it into reality because Batman can be a realistic story and he's still the Batman we know.
Right.
But they need to not change. Like, Heath Ledger was crazy. That's the Joker we need. And that was the same. It's the same character that Jack played. Oh, I'm kind of nuts. There's a reason behind it, and I kind of like it. I like myself. And now I have a foe. Exactly. Like, he's always curious about him. He wants to know more. So he pushes the buttons to know more. But Jack had those great lines like where's he get all these wonderful toys and all this very over-the-top comic book. So I think that was such great homage to what we knew of what was Batman. But then The Dark Knight was just next level. And it's like, holy crap, you can do this in the real world. Where, like Superman, you do lose a sense of that. Things are supposed to be story-like. Like, you're supposed to go, oh, happily ever after at some point. Not continuous. Like, X-Men could be a more realistic storyline, I believe. But then there's other things that need to be hope. You guys were talking about this, and I wanted to make this point before. It's like, they always made it a point. It's not an S on his chest. It's hope.
It's a symbol for hope.
It's a symbol for hope.
Yep, symbol for hope.
Yep. So
symbol for hope.
You can't, if they take that away, it's like, God, you can't, man. That's the thing that drives him.
Yeah. And Sparta Chris over on Rumble says the animated Joker, Heath Ledger, Jack Nicholson, the 60s Joker, even the Joker from Brave and the Bold were good.
Yes. Yep.
I do like the one, I forgot the actor's name.
Kevin
Phoenix. He's my favorite. Phoenix is my favorite in live action.
That is a good version of the Joker. That couldn't have been made 30 years ago. That version of that Joker. People have been up in an uproar with that for people to see it. But today, I would say if there was a Joker, and if I could take the mentality of Joaquin Phoenix's Joker and give that to the Joker from 1989, forget his name, Jack Nicholson, that would have been a complete example of what I would say the Joker would be in real life. Because the mannerisms that Jack Nicholson had for the Joker was perfect. Okay?
I do think Joaquin did superb.
Yeah, but he did it because he showed a complete psychopath. Yes, Jack Nicholson showed some of that,
and it did not need a sequel.
No,
it doesn't need a musical sequel.
My only problem with the Joker movie that Joaquin did was I just don't like the Red Hood origin. I'm not. It's not enough for me to get him to the point where I don't see as much psychological snap as I did in the other movies. It's like he was almost just kind of that mean boy his whole life, and it pushed him over the edge. But it wasn't as convincing to that part of that story. I kind of like the idea of him being mutilated and kind of having that super duper traumatic. But again, that's the comic version compared to more of a reality.
Yeah.
You know.
But like I said, this is a good narrative. I even wrote a small little bit about the whole concept of what about villains and what drives them to certain goals. Are they born evil? Are they opportunistic? Or does something cause them to be the way they are? It's always a good thing, and that's a good basis for a narrative discussion for a live stream.
I think it would be, and it just depends on who wants to do it. But real quick, does anyone else have anything they'd like to add to this conversation before we start winding down and everybody's given the opportunity to promote their channels?
No.
Yeah.
All right. Well, who's got that noise going on in the background?
Wife calling. I'll be right back.
All right. Thank you, Darren.
That's his wife's ringtone.
Hey, when the wife calls, you better answer.
You better answer then, yeah.
May as well have the Vader March.
Oh.
Just playing.
I do appreciate everybody for watching, whether you were watching on Rumble or YouTube. And please, let's see. Phil McCracken, what do you have coming up on Release McCracken?
Well, it's going to probably be nothing for the next 3 weeks till I get off this bed rest. But hopefully in 3 weeks' time, I can get back to doing something. In the meantime, yeah, you can catch me harassing Cash Money in every stream that I can find that he would go to. So that's what's up with Phil McCracken, King and Legend.
Yeah.
Thank you, King and Legend, Phil McCracken.
King and Legend of bots, yeah.
And Jet Sparks, what do you have coming up?
Well, I'll try to play Dead by Daylight for this entirety of Spooktober, as I always call it. And I think I'm going to try to do a stream with a family member of mine who absolutely loves this movie. I'm going to do a why I love it for the film Train to Busan in the near future. But next week I'm going to be out of town because I'm going to be attending an Indian powwow down in my hometown in Nashville with family. So nice. I'll probably bring a lot of pictures, and thank you for putting the link tree in the chat there. So yeah, check me out, and you get all my social links are there. So go follow me on everything that's there, and that's about it.
Okay. And Padawannabe, what do you have coming up, brother?
Find the buttons. I think this week I'll be on Appion's channel. We don't have a scheduled day for it, but he is doing a lot of horror movies this month. So okay. I'm watching Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the beginning, and then I'm going to watch the Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake. And we'll be talking about those two sometime this week on
nice.
Appion's channel.
Nice. Cool. And let's see, do I have his link? Let me get his link. And while I'm searching for the link, Jace, what do you have coming up on 540 Studio?
Well, I was supposed to take a break, but I had to pop in here. But no, on our channel, Tuesday and Thursday, it is the normal Beyond shows, and I will also do 5cast either on It can be everything from Friday to Sunday. That really depends. So I have that coming up, and also what else do I have coming up next month? I'm working on some videos that I want to try to release next month, hopefully. But I am really busy because I'm also working on a music video for a band, so that takes a lot of my time too. And yeah, I have a little different stuff that's happening. I'm excited for Halloween. Really excited for that because it's my favorite day. My birthday is on Monday.
Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. But other than
I
that,
don't know. Do we really want to wish him a happy birthday? I don't know. I mean, he is Norwegian after all.
Have an all right birthday.
No, I'm kidding on that, Jace. I'm kidding on that.
Yeah. Okay. No, so I have a lot of stuff planned. I'm working on some stuff. Mike Barron wanted me to try to get Chuck Dixon on in a stream. Me, Mike Barron, and Chuck Dixon. So I'm working on trying to get Chuck Dixon and Mike Barron on a 5-cast stream, and of course, a lot of you guys here are invited on that. But no, other than that, I just want to say thank you for being here. It was nice meeting a lot of new faces here too. Blazer, I've not seen you before, so it's really nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And other than that, as I always say before we wrap up stuff, life's too short, make the most of it. And we in this panel, we would not been here today if it wasn't for any of you guys out there. We all are so grateful for that. You guys inspire us every day to continue doing content for you guys. So thank you again from the bottom of our hearts. And I will see you next time. So
I appreciate you taking time out of your day to join us today, Jace. I appreciate everybody taking time out of their day to join us, whether you came on the panel or you just hung out in the chat. However you joined us, thank you very much. And let's see, the next person I'm going to ask to go ahead and promote themselves will be Blazerhawk Darren.
Well, I just had fun doing my live stream. Unfortunately, I've got to look into it. It got taken down because I guess I violated a couple policies and got a warning from it.
YouTube in a nutshell.
So I guess I'm a true YouTuber now. So
congratulations.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
If YouTube takes something down or attack you, you're doing something right.
Yeah, if I can look into the studio, see if I can upload any clips from the live stream, I'll do that. But basically, I'm just been doing some video clips on how my teams have been doing each week, and so I'm gonna still do that. I'm gonna upload a clip later on in the day as to how my football teams did over the weekend. So that's pretty much what I've been doing. And NBA season's coming up. And so, of course, I'm a big time Blazers fan. So I'm going to talk about a little my history with being a fan of the Blazers.
Very nice. Very nice.
I just want to ask, if they took away your video, did you get a notification about, because they normally give you a notification about why and stuff like that, and you can appeal it?
Yeah, I've got the email on it, and it's like I'm looking into my studio and seeing what I can do, and looking into it because it's like the stream lasted over 3 hours, and when I looked at in my studio, the stream was under 3 hours, so it must have been something that I did at the very end.
Hopefully we'll get it fixed, man. I really hope so, brother.
It could have been, because I can remember that I received a copyright strike one time. And this was a couple of years ago when CM Punk made his debut in AEW. And because I showed the clip of him debuting, and I'll admit I didn't transform it like I should have. I showed it as it was. I got a copyright strike.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Even when you follow the rules?
Well, the thing was, Jace, is instead of, having it on part of the screen where it's transformed where it was smaller, I had it full screen. when I was showing it. It wasn't like the clips where I show the clips and maybe they last 8 seconds. I showed the whole 2 minutes and 45 seconds of that clip without doing any pausing or anything like that. And
yeah, I get you.
so that was something I had to learn.
Yeah,
on YouTube.
But it's all good. I'm not taking it personal.
No.
You might be able to try something like that on Rumble if you can get enough followers. You don't need that many, man. So they might let you 5 or 6 people. They might let you get away with it. They might. I don't know. You could test it.
You don't know until you try.
And Brandon Looney
So
Tunes
basically,
fan
before I go, I'll just want to say that no matter how high you guys know let me get that saying again. No matter how high you may soar, always stay grounded.
Very true. It's always good to keep your head on your shoulders and your feet on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Because you never know what life might throw at you. And Brandon Looney Tunes fan 2000, what do you have coming up on your channel?
And tonight, I'll be having a stream with Big Say So, the user.
All right.
He was supposed to come to my channel a month ago, but he never did. I'll be having streams again tomorrow and Tuesday. And my mic was muted most of the stream because I was on your panel last month. I got a third strike and I got kicked out.
That's the new rules, Brandon.
When did that rule start appearing?
It started last month, Brandon.
Right. And there's no foul language in my channel. Nice and simple PG. Tomorrow will be Black Plus as Retro. And I was on a panel for 8 hours with a different user yesterday. 8 hours.
Oh, we had Superfan Adam Shawhan with us one time, and we went 8, almost 9 hours, but we were having fun. That's the whole point of streaming, is having fun.
Yes.
Well, you just beat me by 1 hour, so I'll give you that.
Yep. And no, I did give you a shout out on my community tab.
Thank you.
And I give you a picture of Yosemite Sam because he's your person.
Yeah, he's my favorite Looney Tune character. Always has been, always will be.
What about the other people in the panel's favorite character?
That's a hard one, man. Like, seriously, there's a lot of great Looney Tune characters. I would say I love Bugs Bunny, but I also like Yosemite Sam. There's a whole list of them. Pepe Le Pew is quite funny. I mean, you just go down. Speedy Gonzales, Daffy Duck. I mean...
Oh wow! I just saw this on the website. Sorry about that, guys.
That's all right. Anyone else have a favorite Looney?
Oh, did you guys?
Anyone else have a favorite Looney Tune character for Brandon?
For me, Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't have any favorites because I'm not a fan of Looney Tunes. So
I'd give the Tasmanian Devil.
That's a great choice.
It is all right.
And how about Phil or the Padawannabe? Do you guys have a favorite Looney Tune character or characters?
I like Foghorn, Leghorn, and Speedy.
Yes, great choice.
For sure.
Yep. Good.
I like them all. If I had to lean toward any of them, Sylvester the Cat.
Oh, he's great too.
They're all great.
Oh, and I have to admit, those little dogs that they did that cartoon with, they had the big dog and then the small dog that did all the talking, and the big dog that would beat people up, but he didn't really beat anybody up. I've always remembered those two dogs. Hey, Spike, what do you want to do today? Spike, huh?
And Cashmoney007. Cashmoney007.
Yo.
I've got the same question for you. What is coming up on the Phantom Hooligans?
Not disturbing at all. Yes, what's coming up on the Phantom Hooligans is some videos, but later tonight, probably around 11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time or 12 p.m., maybe even 1, we'll see, is I'm going to start Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. So I'm going to be playing that for at least a few hours. But
right.
those other videos right now, they're still in the works. So I want to make sure everything sounds good and there's no static and all kinds of crazy stuff. So.
Yeah. Where's my Myth Force?
And maybe we'll do a Myth Force video too. It's possible.
Yeah. So, did you guys see that breaking news?
What breaking news?
Remember Chrissy from Three's Company, Suzanne Summers?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. You guys hear about that?
No.
Yeah,
what happened?
She passed away.
She did. Oh no.
Yes.
Oh,
You want me care if I share it real quick?
Yes, please share.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's see.
All right, I am adding it. And if you have the link, post it in the private chat, and that way I can.
Yep. Suzanne Summers. She's only 76 years old.
Oof.
Oh,
wow.
Rest in peace.
Yeah.
I mean, she was, popular on Three's Company.
Step by Step.
Yep.
The 2 shows I remember.
Yep.
And don't forget the infomercials for the Thigh Master.
Right. Yes, with Chuck Norris, right? Didn't she do stuff with Chuck Norris then, I think?
It actually kind of is funny to me because my mom, later in Suzanne's life, I guess she started writing books, for women, about women, the things they deal with, and her experiences and everything. And my mom, in her 40s, started getting interested in these things because I remember buying a few of the novels for her. So even though, not acting, but she actually was still, recognized for a lot of other things that we just aren't even aware of.
Yeah, and that's kind of sobering for me because my mom is a year older than Suzanne Summers. My mom's 77 right now.
Oh, I didn't realize that Susan Summers was battling cancer.
Yeah. I didn't read the whole article. I just read the headline.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and read it real quick. And Cash, real quick before I do, is there anything else that's coming up on the Phantom Hooligans?
No, not yet. There'll be
okay.
Well, maybe next week there'll be some more gaming stuff, but yeah.
Okay. So let me go ahead and share the link that I have. I just looked for it real quick, and I'll go ahead and start reading it before we officially wrap up. All right. Suzanne Summers, fitness icon and star of Three's Company, dies at 76. This was posted 24 minutes ago on CBS's website via Microsoft. It says Suzanne Summers, who starred in Three's Company and later went on to become an advocate for a healthy lifestyle, has died following a lengthy battle with cancer. Fuck cancer.
Yeah. Here.
The actress died Sunday, just one day before her 77th birthday. Her publicist, R. Curry Hay, confirmed to CBS News Summers was the most famous for her role as Chrissy Snow on the beloved 1970s sitcom Three's Company, which was a very great show. Great cast right here. Says people just wanted to protect Chrissy Snow, she said to CBS News in 2020 in an interview. Creating her was actually intellectual. How do I make her likable and lovable? Dumb blondes or annoying? I gave her a moral code. I imagined it was the childhood I would have liked to have had. Goes on to say she was famously fired from the show when she asked for a salary equal to that of star John Ritter. I got fired from Three's Company for having the audacity to ask to be paid consumer with men. She said in 2020 they were making 10 to 15 times more, and John was making much more than me. They had designated John the star. As my star rose and started competing with John's star, it made them mad at me. It made them mad when I was on every magazine cover and John wasn't. Well, I mean, let's just bring it out here. Both of these women were beautiful women. So
I hate
you
to
can
say it, I'm
understand
gonna
why.
pay money. I'm gonna pay money for Suzanne Summers on a cover. I probably won't buy a
Yeah.
cover with John Ritter on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm gonna be real. I mean,
I
come
mean,
on.
it probably went that way, but there's just the ugly side of television, and unfortunately, things happen, and I don't know.
You shouldn't really say ugly because let's be honest there. Even before the show started, if you were going to say who was going to be the star of the show,
Right, was
it's
John Ritter. Yeah,
So
I know.
if anybody
I
complains
agree.
about his salary,
That's true. That's true.
Suzanne Summers,
You're
yes,
right.
became popular because, let's be honest, she looked good, but before the show, she was a nobody. I'm not
Right,
being
but
mean to saying that.
right.
Right?
I'm just
It isn't
saying.
like she was Claire Fawcett, who in the 70s was big and posters were everywhere. After she got popular on Three's Company, she became popular, but she
Right.
still didn't outshine John Ritter.
No, she didn't.
Okay?
But all I'm
The
just
show
saying
carried
is
on
that
without her.
John Ritter carried that show.
Right, of course. But there's just an ugly side of television. Things happen. People want more money. People feel that they're more popular than somebody else, and there's just the ugly side of television. But
If
when
she
they
signed a
start,
contract, she,
yes,
like
they
I
did.
said,
Yes, she
it
did.
might
I
not
agree.
sound fair now.
Right,
But
right.
if you were going on and you're not popular, you're not known, and let's say John Ritter was worth, I don't know, $3 million, and she was only worth $500,000.
Yeah.
She was lucky to get that $500,000 because the show made her.
Right. I
You see
agree.
what I'm saying?
I
It
agree.
wasn't like she went in there pre-established.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm just
And her
saying that.
co-host there, forget her name, that played Janet. To me,
Joyce DeWitt.
she's just as more valuable after John Ritter. Them two stayed on the show the entire length.
Yeah, they
you
did.
know?
They did. And they were supposed to. Suzanne Summers was, but it's also like the executives. She was promised this, and things happened, but. Then she went on to do Step by Step, and that went on for a number of years. So, that was later. So I think she bounced back. But yeah, I know she's always, when she was alive, she's always been bitter about this from the documentary and this. And I understand. Farrah Fawcett was bitter too, and with the Charlie's Angels situation, it's just things happen, unfortunately, and when money's involved, things can go bad. But we know, and especially nowadays, that a lot of people just want to act like victims. And
But back to what you said earlier too, you can't. From the outside looking in, unless she was making bad investments, I think she did. She must have had some of that thigh muster money laying around. I mean, that was a huge thing back in the day. It was definitely one of those things that, like, probably half the purchases got bought and never even got used.
Well, if I remember correctly, Suzanne Summers was in the first season and then partially second. They only filmed her here and there and never with the rest of the cast. Regardless, she's entitled to residuals. And as successful as that show was, and only her on one season, she got paid good.
Yeah.
She got paid good.
But these things happen, unfortunately, with these shows, and things happen, and she's always felt this way. But we weren't there. But even the same with the Ropers. They got their own show, and they moved around, and they said, "Oh, this is going to be a big hit," and it went on for like one season, and it wasn't the same as when they were on Three's Company. But these things happen, unfortunately. But I do think there's executives out there. They promise these actors this stuff, and then it's just they kind of screw them over. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes things
If
just
it's
don't
not
work
in the
out.
contract,
Right.
whatever they say verbally.
Yeah. Think about how the contracts were written back then too.
Right.
You know, some of these actors and actresses, you know, all right, John Ritter, I guarantee when he walked in there, his money was guaranteed.
Yep.
Guaranteed.
Yep.
The other two actresses, I'm sorry to say, but probably didn't have the guarantee. If they probably had, if the show's ratings were at a certain level as they progress on, they got a bigger share.
Yep.
Is that fair? No. But then again, when you're walking into any TV show, even from the beginning, middle, or end, it's based upon what you are worth before. And John Ritter had some. Was he popular? No, but he was somewhat known. He had done things.
He was a child actor. His father, Tex Ritter.
Yep.
And let's be honest, John fell way more than both of the girls combined. That's worth a little bit of money. He was pretty physical on that show, and he probably got some bumps and bruises.
Yeah, he probably did. It's probably true. Yeah.
But like I said, you have one actress there that says, she felt she wasn't appreciated. And then you had the other one that played Janet. I'm sorry, I don't know her name. I can't think of the top of my head. She stayed for the entire run of Three's Company. What was done different? What was offered different? Another thing is she might not have had a good agent. Maybe the actress that had Janet had a great
down
agent.
to your agent, and
it's a fair point.
In terms of the contract.
I mean, you go in baseball, you have two people playing the outfield, they're right fielders, and they're both, you would say, equal in play, but one agent's able to get the other player $7 million, the other one can only get $5. Well, if you signed a contract, what can you say, right?
Yeah,
you can't really say anything. And I'm looking at this article. Of course, it mentions that she had the audacity to be paid the same amount as her co-star John Ritter. Well, I mean, the show was popular, so you see that the show's popular. Its ratings, it's obviously making money, and you feel that you deserve the same amount of pay as your co-star. But like you said, Phil, John Ritter was also doing the physical stuff.
And I'll be honest again, Three's Company wasn't Seinfeld.
No,
there was not really an equal right. You know what I mean? The equality in the characters was not there. Yeah. Basically, John Ritter brings the name. Suzanne Summers brought the looks. And what she brought to the front. Maybe there was more photo shoots. Maybe she got on more covers. Maybe she had more women come in. But these were demographics that wasn't bringing in the large chunk of money. But it was kind of her ego, whether her agent or herself, there was more ego involved with her contracts than there was with the other co-star, obviously, because there was problems, and the other one didn't. Whether there was problems or not, like was mentioned, she was there for the entirety of the series. There's a reason behind that. If she was really unhappy, I don't think she would have stayed. I don't know.
Exactly. Yeah.
And Blazerhawk Darren, thank you for joining us this afternoon. Really
fun.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
And yeah, this article mentions about how they were all on the cover of Newsweek and how Chrissy was featured, and she wasn't told by some of the producers that it was just going to be her featured. And then, of course, she had her health issues. She dealt with melanoma, and then the cancer battle started in 2020. At least she revealed it in a 2020 interview. She didn't exactly have an easy life after Step by Step ended.
Yeah.
Well, she was part of that party group in the 70s, which we know she definitely was. There were other things involved. They're not saying that contributed to her cancer.
Right. I understand.
But there were other things that, let's just say, probably what you do when you're younger pays the price when you get older.
It can. It definitely can. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna head out, guys. So thanks for having me on, and I'll see you guys next time.
Take
All
care,
right.
brother.
Have a good one, man.
All right.
But I do want to express my sincere condolences to Suzanne Summers' family and past co-stars, and she'll be missed.
Yeah.
Just
If you don't know who,
what
go
we were
ahead.
saying later, earlier, I hate to say it because I am after 50. Every day is a blessing.
Yeah.
Every day is a blessing. Nothing's guaranteed. We had 2 people now that we talked about that passed away, 70s plus.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And it is part of life. I know some people might say that sounds cold, Mike, but really, as we get older, we're not guaranteed tomorrow. And
it's sad because even when you open up a newspaper, people still do that. You look at the obituaries, you'd be surprised to see how many people don't even make it past 50. Think about that. 50.
I can remember when my mom said to me one day, she said, "You know what I've been doing?" I said, "What?" She says, "I'm starting to look in the obituaries, not just from the newspapers in the area of California that we lived in, but also the area of New York that she grew up in, to see if there are any names of people that she knew and recognized." And of course, she did find some, and you never know how long you're guaranteed on this world. We don't come into this world knowing exactly how much time we have in it. So take it with a blessing. And as far as what's coming up on PACIFIC414 for YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Twitch, well, Tuesday, Cash and I at 8:30 p.m., not 6 p.m. as I originally posted, but 8:30 p.m. because Cash was actually invited to join Pops for a talk card edition of Pop's channel, so he will be there around 5:30 Eastern time, but at 8:30 Eastern time on PACIFIC414 for YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, and Kick. He and I will continue our journey in River City Girls 2 with the gameplay continuing from where it left off from in part 3 of the gameplay. So that'll be coming up. Of course, Wednesday's PACIFIC414 Pop Talk on YouTube and Rumble starting at 6, the first 2 hours, as some of you may know, and for those of you who don't, first 2 hours are exclusively on YouTube and Rumble, and then the last hour or 2 is just on Rumble. So that'll be coming up. And then Thursday, I know I've already gotten a message from a couple of people saying, "You're really going to play that?" Yes, I'm going to play it. Why? Why? Because, well, I'm going to play this clip. That'll tell you exactly why I'm going to play it. So
I don't want my pain taken away. I need my pain.
I will be playing Cuphead for the first time on stream. I've been playing a little bit here and there offline, and I'm really enjoying it. So that's what will be coming up on PACIFIC414. And before we get out of here, I do want to thank everybody who stopped by on both Rumble and YouTube. First, we had our soap opera writer in T-Gap Steve. Thank you, T-Gap Steve, for being here with us today. And then we had Jason Fox of 540 Studio. Thank you, Jace. And thank you for hopping on the panel as well, brother. Greatly appreciate that. And of course, super fan Adam Shawhan was here. We had Brandon Looney Tunes Fan 2000 over on the YouTube side. Kathy Skywalker was here as well. Prismatics. Phil, thank you for being in the chat and on the panel.
Always, my friend.
Sparta Chris, thank you for hopping over on both the YouTube and the Rumble side. Really appreciate that, brother. Of course, Pop Culture Mechanic was here. And if you haven't, excuse me, sorry. If you haven't done so already, please make sure you subscribe to Pop Culture Mechanic as well. And we had everybody's favorite penguin besides Punk Waddle, Low Spec Linux Laptop, and the Panel Wannabe. Thank you for being in the chat and on the panel, brother.
Thank you, sir.
Of course, Jet Sparks was here. Thank you, Jet Sparks. It was great to have you on the panel today. And also thank you for joining the panel for the chill stream that we had on the YouTube side on Tuesday. Of course, Old Man was here. And Old Man is probably with Baron and the long-suffering Mrs. Tagge as they enjoy a 3-course meal to celebrate Baron's birthday. Yes, yes. I'm surprised Cash didn't join in on that. And
should I add the caviar? Yes.
Yes, the caviar. And make sure it's the good caviar.
Yes, yes.
Also, we had DJ Ronnie G. Thank you, DJ. Nerdle. Since Baron's not here, nerd! And Blazerhawk Darren, thank you for joining the chat and the panel. And we also had Lord Crit of Everest Productions over on the YouTube side. I'm going to double check, make sure that I got everybody. Oh, look who's probably been lurking. He's probably been lurking. I'm not going to say he's just showing up. He's probably been lurking.
Is it time?
Would you like to do the honors, Cash?
I will. I'm doing it right now.
Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
I heard the song.
Hello, Anonymous. That's
you can't
right.
hide from us, Anonymous.
You can never get away from that clip, brother. You can never get away from that clip. But I'm just scrolling through on the YouTube side to make sure I got everybody who stopped on by on the YouTube side, and then I will thank everybody who is over on Rumble. Looks like I got everybody. Just double checking real quick as I continue to scroll. All right. Okay. I think we got everybody over on the YouTube side. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. And for those of you who were over on the Rumble side, I know I just said on the Rumble side when I was looking through the chat on YouTube, but for those of you over on Rumble, yes, Anonymous was on both sides. He's playing both sides. So thank you, Anonymous. Sparta Chris, thank you. Jace, thank you very much. And we also got a couple of new followers. 540 Studio, which was Jace. And we also had Nacros. So thank you for the follows. Thank you very much. Thank you all for your support of PACIFIC414, whether it's on the YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, or Kick channels. Hope you all liked what you saw. Be sure to hit that like button on both YouTube and Rumble and share out the stream. And if you haven't followed or subscribed to either channel, consider doing so. And until then, this has been Mike for the Sunday edition of PACIFIC414 Pop Talk, saying thank you very much. And remember, I'm not just a baseball guy, I'm an all-around guy. And Optimus, take us out.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
Bye, everybody. Bye. Hey, Baron. Baron, bring the leftovers. Bring the
Baron.
leftovers.
You failed us. Will